hier so hinlegen. Mal gucken, da oben, wenn es rauskommt. Ne? du sagst ja, du hörst mich. Falls dem so ist, irgendwie Deutschland und die EU, ja, also die EU sitzt da eingereiht auch bei wäre auch, glaube ich, ganz gut einmal zu haben. Da war eben noch niemand. Ich glaube, die sind noch am Debattieren außerhalb. Aber irgendwann kommen sie ja mal.
Good evening. Good evening, distinguished delegates. I would like to call this meeting to order. I invite the distinguished delegates to take their seats. Distinguished delegates, we have reached the final day of our 5th session. The committee will now continue its consideration of Agenda Item 4, entitled Preparation of an International Legally Binding Instrument on Plastic Pollution, including in the marine environment. Dear colleagues, we have made significant progress in Busan in our collective effort to address plastic pollution, including its impact on the marine environment. However, our work is far from complete, and we must remain pragmatic as we continue collaborating toward our shared goal. I approach this task with high expectations and a strong determination to see it fulfilled. Yet, as we stand here today, we must acknowledge that we have not yet reached the summit of our efforts. While the peak is now within sight, our journey will only conclude when we have successfully achieved our objectives. Negotiations in a multilateral forum such as this are inherently complex. As experienced negotiators, you all understand that progress requires the concerted effort of all parties involved. What truly matters now is how we respond to the challenges before us. Our mission is to deliver a multilateral commitment, and this shared responsibility is what drives us forward. Distinguished delegates, having said that, at this stage, I would like to invite the co-chairs of the contact groups to provide brief summaries of the work of the contact groups. Now, I would like to invite the co-chairs of Contact Group 1 to provide a short summary report of their work. Ms. Ikeda and Ms. Borgman, you have the floor from the seat of Germany.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Contact Group 1, co-chaired by us, Maria Angelica and me, Axel Borgman, has met over 6 sessions between the 26th and the 28th of November in order to work on the mandate received at the start of this week, which was to address the following issues, as you know: plastic products and chemicals of concern as used in plastic products, exemptions, plastic product design, supply and definitions. We reported at our Wednesday evening plenary indicating the progress made with respect to the issues of plastic product design, which is the proposed Article 5, plastic products and chemicals of concern as used in plastic products, Article 3, and supply proposed Article 6.
Thank Thank you, Axel. On Thursday, November 28th, the group turned to consideration of definitions, proposed Article 2, with discussion of views, including text submitted and proposed. The group then turned briefly to exemptions, proposed Article 4. In the afternoon, the group then returned to the issue of plastic product design and was invited to provide its input to a co-chair's compilation of input received to provide indications of any missing views. On Thursday evening, the group turned to a submission that followed informal consultations on the elements on plastic products, proposed Article 3, and very briefly on chemicals of concern, proposed Article 3. With that, we thanked the group for their efforts and closed the contact group. Thank you very much. I think we would like to thank everybody for their constructive spirit and for the results we achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I thank you, Ms. Ikeda and Mr. Borkman. Distinguished delegates, I would like now invite the co-chairs of Contact Group 2 to provide a short summary report on their work. Ms. Stoika and Mr. Bocci, you have the floor from the seat of Finland. We will wait for the report from Contact Group 2, and now I will invite the co-chairs of Contact Group 3 to provide this short report on their work. Ms. Lynch and Ms. Cisior, you have the floor from the seat of Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair. The committee established Contact Group 3 on Monday, the 25th of November, with the mandate to consider finance, including the establishment of a financial mechanism and capacity building, technical assistance, technology transfer, including international cooperation, reflected as Articles 11 and 12 in the Chair's non-paper, and to make proposals for the consideration of the committee on the text. Since our last report back to the plenary on Wednesday evening, the Contact Group met a further 3 times. On finance, our conversations included presentation of proposals from members or groups of members, and we heard views on the types of activities requiring funding, the form and sources of funding, national level responsibilities for resource mobilisation, the role of the governing body in guiding the financial mechanism, the importance of securing new and additional funds, and the establishment of review mechanisms. Following initial discussions, the co-chairs were mandated to prepare a synthesis document reflecting the 2 multi-country text proposals for Article 11 on finance. Textual line-by-line negotiations commenced on the first 3 sections of the co-chairs' non-paper, which focused on the link between implementation and the availability of financial resources, the provision of resources in respect of those national activities that are intended to implement the instrument in accordance with national policies, priorities, plans and programs, and special considerations for groups of countries in light of capacity constraints. Discussions on Article 12, capacity building, focused on the text provided in the Chair's non-paper, which was used as the basis for line-by-line negotiations at the request of members. Initial discussions led to expansion of the first paragraph. The group then deliberated on procedures for its further work, however, was unable to continue due to time constraints. On behalf of my co-chair and myself, I'd like to thank all of the members who participated during the contact group discussions so constructively. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you, Ms. Lynch and Ms. Cisior. Now I would like to go back to Contact Group 2. So I would like to ask the co-chairs of Contact Group 2 to provide a short summary report on their work. Ms. Stoika and Mr. Bocci, you have the floor from the seat of Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the committee, since our latest report to the plenary on Wednesday, 27th November, the Contact Group 2, co-chaired by Oliver Bocci from Ghana and myself, conducted 2 more sessions on last Thursday. During those sessions, the group conducted textual negotiations on Article 7, releases, 8, plastic waste management, 8, existing plastic pollution. The negotiations took place on the basis of the text proposals by the 2 co-chairs. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, the group was not able to commence textual negotiations on Article 10, just transition. After hearing the views of the committee members, we provided the draft text, article text for your consideration, Mr. Chair, to support the development of the new version of your non-paper. Oliver and I thank the members of the Contact Group 2 for the constructive discussions, and we also wish to thank the Secretariat staff which supported us all the way. Thank you.
I thank you, Ms. Stoika and Mr. Bocci. Now I would like to ask the co-chairs from Contact Group 4 to provide a short summary report on their work. Mr. Han-Min Yoon and Mr. Christian, you have the floor from the seat of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The mandate of Contact Group 4 was to consider the following: preamble, scope, objective, principles, implementation and compliance, national plans, reporting, effectiveness evaluation and monitoring, information exchange, awareness, education and research, health, conference of the parties, secretariat, and the final provisions. The total number of meetings and elements covered in the discussions were, over the 5 meetings held over the 4 days, the contact group covered elements relating to the group's mandate. Outcomes of these discussions, including the views heard in the room and submissions made on the online portal, were reported to the chair.
We thank all the participants in our discussions at Contact Group 4 for their constructive engagement and cooperation. The result of our discussion will remain converging views on these issues for our continued work. Thank you very much.
I thank you. I thank you, Ms. Han-Min Yoon and Mr. Christian. Distinguished delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the co-chairs for guiding our negotiations in the contact groups during this week. My gratitude also goes to all the Secretariat staff whose work supported the co-chairs and contact groups. Dear colleagues, I would like to once again commend you on your dedication and effort that has brought us this far during this session. At this junction, allow me to now update the committee on the informal consultations held during the past 2 days, including the formal consultations at heads of delegation level held on Friday. Delegations will recall that on Friday, 29 November, I circulate a non-paper prepared by me containing draft text building on the contributions from the co-chairs of the contact groups. Acknowledging the comprehensive nature of the reports from the contact groups, I endeavor to summarize certain suggested text. The document reflected my authorship, and its sole purpose was to facilitate the committee's work. Where it was not feasible to identify a specific text proposal, the document includes options or marked text in brackets. It also provides for not including certain provisions in the instrument, the zero option. In preparing the text, I consider that many delegations express interest in maintaining an open working document and avoid any take or leave format. The goal was to foster flexibility and inclusivity in our discussion. Finally, the document sought to identify areas of convergence. At my request, informal consultations on Article 3 and 6 and on Article 11 were convened on Friday, 29 November, morning and afternoon. These informal consultations were facilitated by Ms. Maria Angelica Iqueda of Brazil and Ms. Kate Lynch of Australia. Subsequently, at the informal consultations at heads of delegation level, also held on Friday, 29 November in the evening, I heard delegations' reflections on the non-paper. I thank you for your feedback, support, and engagement. I also informed heads of delegation on my intent to provide a space for additional informal consultations on Saturday, 30th November. Such an informal consultation were held yesterday on Articles 3 to 19, facilitated by Ms. Ikea and Ms. Lynch, as well as Mr. Linroy Christian of Antigua and Barbuda and Ms. Tulia Toika of Finland. I now invite the facilitators of the informal consultations to provide a short report. Ms. Ikeda and Ms. Lynch, you have the floor from the seat of Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair. The informal consultations that you've just outlined were open to all members of the committee and were closed to observers. The consultations were held in parallel meetings over 7 sessions in total, starting at 10 a.m. on the 29th of November and finishing at 2:30 a.m. on the 30th of November. As co-facilitators, we invited delegations to share their views with a particular focus on red lines. The views expressed by members were recorded and conveyed back to you, Mr. Chair, for your further consideration. I facilitated discussions on Articles 10 on just transition, Article 12 on capacity building, technical assistance, technology transfer and international cooperation, 13 on implementation and compliance, and 14 on national plans, and initiated discussions on Article 15 on reporting. They established a system whereby members exchanged views on each of the articles in turn, requesting the Secretariat to prepare markup views of the text that was briefly introduced back to the group in session. Ms. Tulia Toika of Finland also facilitated an informal drafting group from 2 to 3 p.m, which concentrated on Article 10 on just transition. This informal session was followed by bilateral consultations between members. I would like to hand now to my co-facilitator, Ms. Akita, to continue our report back.
Thank you very much, Kate. With respect to Articles 5, Plastic Product Design, 7, Releases and Leakages, and 8, Plastic Waste Management, I facilitated discussions on these elements from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then 3 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Members engaged in a robust exchange of views, helping delegations to better understand red line issues and potential areas of convergence. In the afternoon session, there was a brief discussion on Article 11, about which I committed to inform to the chair that clearly countries were interested in discussing it, even if not at that particular time. There were calls for inclusive, democratic, constructive discussions in which everyone could participate and with no limitation of time. The chair subsequently convened a joint informal during the evening session to jointly consider Article 11, Article 3 on plastic products, and Article 6 on supply. The session was held from 8:30 p.m. until 2:30 a.m. It was co-facilitated by myself and Ms. Kate Lynch, and thank you very much. I enjoyed very much working with you. During the session, members were asked to exchange views and identify red line issues, starting with Article 11 on the financial mechanism for 3 hours, Article 3 on plastic products for 1.5 hours, with the remaining of the evening dedicated to a discussion of Article 6 on supply. In parallel, Mr. Leroy Christian facilitated consultations from 10:45 p.m. last night to about 1:15 this morning on Article 15, reporting, Article 16, effectiveness evaluation and monitoring, Article 17, information exchange, Article 18, awareness, education and research, and Article 19, health. In those 2.5 hours, the members managed to identify the red lines on these 5 articles. While agreement could not be reached on any of these articles, the discussions were helpful in emphasizing what elements were important to members and why. We also know that while some members indicated their preference not to have certain articles, they showed flexibility by engaging on those articles and indicating what changes would make those provisions more acceptable, maybe, to them. As regards the article on health, one member volunteered to consult interested members to develop text that would capture their views on this matter. I understand he's ready to offer that text in the appropriate time. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all delegations for their active participation in these discussions and for their engagement despite the very late hours. We would also like to thank wholeheartedly the Secretariat for its dedication and its work. Thank you.
I thank the facilitators for their report. I once again would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Lynch, Ms. Ikeda, Mr. Christian, and Ms. Toika for taking the role of facilitating the informal consultations over the past 2 years. Further, I would like to inform the committee that I have consulted extensively with delegations. While I saw points of convergence in many areas, positions remain divergent in some others, such as Articles 3, 6, and 11 and principles. Dear colleagues, Building on the positive outcomes on the informal consultations and contributions from the co-chairs of the contact groups and facilitators of the informal consultations, I have circulated a chair's text early today, which has been made available on the INC-5 website. The document I'm presenting today reflects my perspective on the current state of negotiations. It is neither final nor conclusive, but represents an effort to capture the progress achieved and highlight the critical issues that remained unresolved. While it is encouraging that portions of the text have been agreed upon, we must also recognize that a few critical issues still prevent us from reaching a comprehensive agreement. These unresolved issues remain challenging, and additional time will be needed to address them effectively. As I have stated, this document outlines the current state of play and identifies the areas requiring further work. I offer it a document that serves as basis for future negotiations. All text elements remained in brackets and remain open to future modifications, additions, language, or options, suggestions, or deletions by delegations in subsequent negotiations, adhering to the principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. Looking ahead, we must build on the progress we have made. While I will not assign a specific percentage to our achievements, it is evident that we have made tangible and meaningful strides in Busan. Given that we are now on the final day of this session, I hope that the committee can agree to use the draft text circulated today, and which reflects the committee's hard work over the last week as the starting point and basis for negotiation and at the resumed fifth session, without prejudice to the right of any member to propose additions, deletions, options, or modifications to the text during the resumed session. I would like to add that based on my consultations, including with the Bureau, there is a general agreement to resume the current session at a later date to conclude our negotiations. I recognize Saudi Arabia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the Arab Group. I just, please correct me, but I distinctly heard you say that some articles have been agreed upon. Is that correct? Is that your understanding? Even though you said later in your statement that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed.
I thank you, Saudi Arabia. No, what I mentioned is that some progress has been made, and I have presented the draft text or the chair's text as I have mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just...
Yes.
Just a couple I just seek clarity on a couple of points. First of all, thank you for all of the efforts as always. The extra curricular efforts were they're welcome. And I just seek also clarity on that the latest document, the document you issued today, and that it captures the progress achieved so far. I would have thought that the progress achieved by parties at least would have been the paper of the 29th. It's the last text that parties actually worked on, and I would have thought that it would indicate the progress received. Nevertheless, you did consult on some paper that you were working on, and you consulted with us as parties. The impression we had, of course, since the beginning of the session, that we would end up with a final text, an agreement. That's our impression as of, I think, at least yesterday. Nevertheless, we have a text full of brackets, and that we're going to send to another session. So wouldn't have it, wouldn't have been better to go with the text we left with as parties on the 29th? What progress did your paper achieve? At this point we have to understand what was done, because, as you said correctly, it was your perspective and you authored it. So I just don't understand how the progress was achieved. If you could just explain, Mr. Chair.
I thank Saudi Arabia. The document, the chair's text I have presented today, it includes the consultations, the informal consultations that we carried out yesterday morning, afternoon, and evening. And that's the progress I referred to. Thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor now to Ghana, followed by Uganda.
Thank you, Chair. I deliver this statement on behalf of the Africa Group of Negotiators. At the outset, we would like to thank the government of the Republic of South Korea for hosting us in this beautiful city of Korea. We have indeed appreciated their sense of hospitality. I also want to thank the Secretariat for a successful organization of the INC-5. Chair, according to WHO, Africa only produces only 5% and consumes 4% of global plastics, and it is disproportionately and extremely challenged by the social, economic, and environmental impacts of plastic pollution. This assertion depicts the reality that, despite playing a comparatively negligible role in plastic production, Africa bears the brunt of some of the most severe effects of plastic pollution. But nonetheless, the Africa Group dedicated energy, resources, and sleepless nights to providing constructive inputs and thoughtful solutions throughout the INC-5 process. Plastic pollution can only be addressed through real commitment and action. We looked forward earnestly to ending INC-5 with a solid document that will provide a concrete way forward on delivering a legally binding instrument that covers the full life cycle of plastics, as mandated by UNIA Resolution 514 and AMSEN Decision 19/2. However, we managed with the chair's draft text, which is full of brackets. We would have appreciated a clean text that would offer parties an opportunity to further negotiate. Recognizing that the elements proposed for the financial mechanism are strongly interlinked with ambition agreed in the core obligations of the new international legally binding instruments to address the full life cycle of plastic. Africa dedicated months of work to writing a CRP on means of implementation, and pursuing convergence with other regions. The CRP was submitted by Africa, GRULAC, Fiji, Cook Islands, and Micronesia, and received further support at INC-5, surpassing 120 countries. Despite that, we are yet to see the proposed language adequately reflected in the various iterations of the non-paper, including the recent Chair's text. Mr. Chair, in adherence to the mandate of AMSIN Decision 19/2, the AGN recognizes that ending plastic pollution will require a comprehensive life cycle approach from polymer production and product design to waste prevention and management. We stand for a global instrument that eliminates the most harmful and high-risk plastic categories, including problematic polymers, chemicals of concern, products and applications, and brings overall plastic production to sustainable levels. Africa affirms its commitment to Sustainable Development Goal 12 and supports measures for the sustainable consumption and production of primary plastic polymers and eliminating problematic polymers, chemicals, products, and applications of concern, while emphasizing full transparency and information disclosure along the entire plastic value chain. Mr. Chair, Africa is willing to use the Chair's text with the group's priorities incorporated into it as the basis for negotiation in a resumed session 5.2. Nonetheless, Africa stands in this plenary with a vision to deliver on the mandate that was bestowed upon us, not just by our respective governments, but also humanity in its entirety. Despite the magnitude of the challenge ahead of us, I am confident that we have the knowledge, will, and requisite commitment to deliver a legally binding instrument. We hope to one day be known as the INC group that delivered a legally binding instrument that ended plastic pollution. I thank you.
I thank Ghana on behalf of the African group. Now I give the floor to Uganda, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much, Chair. Uganda would like to thank you for the efforts put in to move us forward, Chair. From the onset, Uganda would like to request that this statement is recorded in the record of proceedings. Whereas we appreciate your efforts, Chair, in coming up with a document to guide us in moving forward, we do express our deep concern in the selective way the document captures the views expressed by delegations. This approach not only erodes trust, but also slows down the pace of negotiations, and we see this as part of the grand scheme of things to frustrate faster progress towards an ambitious treaty aimed at ending plastic pollution. Mr. Chair, we do not have time to move back and forth. We need to progress and do so faster and transparently. It's deeply troubling, Chair, that in some areas, the Chair's draft text completely eliminates the texts already negotiated and agreed. As such, in the interest of time and moving forward, Uganda would like to bracket the following provisions in the Chair's text from the onset. Article 3, Article 4, Paragraph 3, 4, 6, 7, Article 5, 1b, Article 8, Paragraph 1, 3, 5, Article 11, Article 20, Paragraph 4 and 5c, and Article 29 should be replaced with the negotiated text from the contact groups. We would like to conclude, Chair, that while consensus decision-making may take more time and require greater effort in negotiation, its benefits in building trust, inclusivity, and commitment far outweigh the costs. In the context of multilateral environment agreements where global cooperation is essential, consensus is not just a decision-making method, it is a foundation for collective action and success. As such, Mr. Chair, we oppose any attempts to introduce decision-making in the future instrument through voting. We look forward towards constructive engagement as we strive to conclude the negotiations of the future instrument. I thank you.
I thank you, Uganda, and I remind you that all the text elements remain in brackets and remained open to further modifications, additions, language, or options, suggestions, or deletions by delegations. Now I would like to give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by acknowledging the significant progress we have made over the past week here in Busan. The discussions have been robust, the debates productive. To the negotiators who have worked tirelessly and shown unparalleled dedication, I commend your efforts. Your expertise and determination have brought us this far. Over the past days, we have made incredible strides. Together, we have navigated through complex issues and deeply entrenched positions, always keeping in sight the shared goal that unites us to forge an international convention that will combat plastic pollution and safeguard our planet for generations to come. Most importantly, we have built a strong foundation for further convergence among countries. This is something we should all take pride in. Numbers speak for themselves. Through the course of intense negotiations and compromise, we reduced the compilation text that ran over 70 pages into 20-some pages. It is essential that we do not give up the shared goal of creating a legally binding instrument to tackle plastic pollution. We must build on what we have negotiated so far. We have made substantial strides, and we cannot afford to lose the ground we have gained. Let me be clear. It is not acceptable to revert to the compilation text. We cannot afford to step backward. The progress we have made is real, and it is the product of hard work, engagement, and a collective commitment to finding solutions. We believe the chair's latest text, in particular, serves as a sound basis of negotiations moving forward. The text embodies the collective efforts of all of us, and we believe it duly reflects the outcome of negotiations so far and represents a balanced approach that sets the stage for the next steps in our work. Let us remember that our goal of establishing a global plastics treaty will only be met when we recognize that compromise is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. It reflects our ability to balance diverse priorities and reconcile competing interests for the greater good. I urge each of you to demonstrate the courage to make difficult concessions and the vision to see beyond immediate challenges to the immense possibilities that lie ahead. Flexibility and pragmatism must guide our actions. We cannot afford to let perfection become the enemy of progress. Most importantly, let us not lose sight of the profound significance of this moment. The world faces a crisis of plastic pollution that threatens ecosystems, livelihoods, and the health of communities across the globe. The decisions we make as UN member states will reverberate far beyond this room, shaping the future of our planet and the legacy we leave behind. Let history remember us as leaders who ultimately rose above differences, who chose cooperation over conflict, and who had the foresight to act decisively when the stakes were at their highest. In closing, I'd like to once again express my heartfelt gratitude to all delegates for your valuable contributions to these negotiations. Your efforts bring us closer to a unified global solution to plastic pollution. To the leaders and decision makers here in Busan, your wisdom and guidance are needed more than ever to inspire consensus and propel us toward a successful outcome in the future. Let us remain steadfast in our resolve to create a world free of plastic pollution, ensuring a healthier planet for generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the Republic of Korea, and I take also this opportunity, Excellency, to give you and to express our deep gratitude for hosting us here in the Republic of Korea, INC-5, and for having us and organizing really, in a really great manner, this venue for us in Busan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to give the floor to Rwanda, followed by Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm honored to read this statement on behalf of 85 countries. We stand in solidarity with the vast majority of INC member states working constructively to find common ground and to conclude an urgently needed effective treaty. We have made much needed progress on a range of issues that will be critical for the treaty to achieve its goal of protecting human health and the environment from the adverse effects of plastic pollution. However, we voice our strong concerns about ongoing calls by a small group of countries to remove binding provisions from the text that are indispensable for the treaty to be effective. Ambition must be reflected throughout the treaty, covering binding provisions and support provided. The treaty must, one, include a requirement of the Conference of the Parties to adopt at its first session and annex a global target to reduce the production of primary plastic polymers to sustainable levels. 2, establish a clear and legally binding obligation to phase out the most harmful plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastics. 3, provide ambitious and effective means of implementation, including technical assistance and timely, accessible, predictable, and adequate financing from all sources of recipient developing countries, in particular, the least developed countries and small island developing states. 4, enable future development, including by adopting new annexes or amending texting annexes through a regular UN procedure for decision-making if all efforts of consensus have been exhausted. A treaty that lacks these elements and only relies on voluntary measures would not be acceptable. Those most affected by plastic pollution must be supported in the development of inclusive and equitable pathways forward. A just transition is critical to the success of this treaty, ensuring that no one is left behind. We are operating under a clear mandate from the UN Environment Assembly, a mandate fully supported by all INC members. It is time we take it seriously and negotiate a treaty that is fit for purpose and not built to fail. We call on all INC members to seize this historic opportunity for an ambitious and effective treaty that demonstrates our collective resolve to end plastic pollution for the benefit of current and future generations. With this, Chair, I invite everyone who supports this statement to stand up for ambition.
I thank you. I thank you, distinguished delegates. I thank you very much, Rwanda. I give the floor now to Uruguay, followed by Iran. Uruguay tiene la palabra.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of Latin America and the Caribbean Countries, GRULAC. We kindly request that our intervention is recorded in this meeting report. First, we wish to express our deep appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Korea for their gracious hospitality in the hosting of this meeting in the beautiful city of Busan. We also thank the tireless efforts of the chair, vice chairs, the co-chairs, the facilitators, the secretariat, and our fellow negotiators throughout this challenging and complex week. The progress achieved reflects the dedication of all parties involved, and we acknowledge the important advancements made during this session. As GRULAC, we firmly believe that the importance of this issue, ending plastic pollution and its adverse impacts on our planet and future generations, demands that we strive for an agreement of the highest standard. We cannot compromise on ambition or effectiveness for the sake of expediency. GRULAC recognizes that the chair's text, while an improvement from the last version, does not accurately reflect all the proposals submitted during the contact group discussions. Some provisions are reflected as clean text while remaining highly divergent. There is no clear understanding why some proposals are immediately included and others are set aside. This week, negotiations have highlighted the lack of convergence on critical issues that are essential for achieving the ambitious and effective agreement that the world expects from us. These continued divergences underscore the need for further dialogue and reflection. Nonetheless, GRULAC can support it as a new basis for discussions at the resumed session, with the understanding that the whole text is still open to negotiations under the principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. We truly believe that ambition is key for all provisions, including for regulatory obligations, just transition, subsidiary bodies on science, implementation, compliance and cooperation, and equally on means of implementation. We would also like to underline the importance of having a clear organization of work when we meet again. During this week here in Busan, we have faced great procedural difficulties that could have been avoided, and we kindly request that these issues are addressed in the future. Our region recognizes that Article 3 will be a crucial element for this treaty that requires further negotiations, particularly high ambition and clear criteria based on the best available science and recognizing national circumstances and capabilities in order to fulfill the mandate that was agreed by UNEA Resolution 5/14. Furthermore, we request that we start to discuss Article 11 from day one, as this was not the case at INC-5. We ask the further discussions on the matter to be conducted in an inclusive, democratic, and constructive way, with no time limits. We really count on your solidarity towards the developing world on that. Our region is fully committed to continue engaging constructively in this process, including through intersessional work. At this stage, we believe that we need to allocate more time to address unresolved issues, and also to build greater convergence among all parties. This is a reflection of the complexity of the task at hand, and our shared commitment to finding durable, inclusive, and impactful solutions that involve all stakeholders and ensure a just transition that leaves no one behind. Mr. Chair, we stand ready to continue our collaboration with all regions and stakeholders to achieve a legally binding instrument that fulfills its mission and upholds the principles we have all agreed upon. Let us move forward with determination, flexibility, and an unwavering sense of purpose. Thank you.
I thank you, Uruguay. I thank you, Uruguay. On behalf of GRULAC, now I give the floor to Iran, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the beginning, my delegation wishes to associate itself with the statement which would be read out by Kuwait on behalf of the like-minded countries, as well as Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Arab group. Getting close to the end of INC-5, we wish to take this opportunity to acknowledge your hard work and appreciate your tireless spirit, which was a great contribution to inspiring us to follow you and other colleagues in a positive and constructive manner. In the same way, we wish to appreciate sincere efforts of the Secretariat to arrange and facilitate our discussions, as well as the government of South Korea for hosting this meeting in Busan. We also wish to highlight the complexity and time-consuming nature of the scientific and technical work which we are undertaking. In this strive, all countries, despite differences, try to engage in a positive manner. However, the time is not in our side, and various contentious elements needs further time and discussions. Certainly, we should continue our engagement for the purpose of bringing the plastic pollution and the initiative for its preparation. We believe this latest version of the non-paper, in spite of improvement in some articles, still needs further surgical attention and amendment to address many of our red lines. Article 3, 4, and 6 in their totality, as well as the proposed related annexes, are among the most important and diverging issues which are beyond our given mandates and necessarily should be dealt with by other fora, in particular BRS conventions, through expansion of their mandates and not under INC process. We should also keep in mind that in designing the new treaty, we should not follow a punitive approach towards developing countries under the name of finance or any action under the name of addressing plastic pollution. Therefore, any arrangements such as pollution or polymer fee or tax should not include the industries of developing countries. Also, it is very disappointing to see exclusion of scope from the latest version, and we wish to emphasize on its proper inclusion as an indispensable part of the future treaty. Across the text, in particular in finance, and various obligations such as compliance, reporting, national plans, and exchange of information, together with waste management, differentiation has not been properly addressed between developing and developed countries. Our serious concerns on adoption of the Treaty on Plastic Pollution and making the decision on substantial issues and amendments of the treaty through consensus have not been captured. It is of crucial importance to ensure that the treaty itself and adoption of the treaty in future would merely be done through consensus, and any voting should be limited only to procedural matters. We do understand that bridging the huge gap among the member states, in particular on the controversial issues, takes time and requires more opportunities for further discussions and negotiations in order to have a well-drafted and balanced text. Therefore, there is no way to look at the future to conclude our work. Accordingly, we remain committed to continuing a constructive and inclusive negotiation with goodwill, taking into account your today's text as a starting point. However, we need to be assured that when come together again, we would be allowed to add introduce our own new languages, and to put into brackets any part or paragraph that the members wish to do so. We also wish to remind the importance of time management and avoiding frequent informal meetings for just exchange of views in an unnecessary and repetitious manner during future meetings. Furthermore, taking into account our other regional and international meetings, as well as other world events, and also our need for further consultations with our capitals and the relevant stakeholders, we believe that next round of negotiations needs to be arranged 4 to 6 months preparation, and therefore any date for the next round of negotiations should not be earlier than mid-July or early August 2025. We also wish to request that our views in this statement to be properly reflected in the final report of this INC meeting. Once again, we thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I thank you, Iran. I give the floor now to India, followed by the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you, Chair. As we are nearing the completion of INC-5 deliberations, India would like to thank the Chair and the Secretariat for all the efforts made to achieve a consensus-based outcome at INC-5. We would also like to thank Republic of Korea for hosting all of us here in beautiful city of Busan. Our thanks also go out to the co-chairs of contact groups and co-facilitators of informal sessions for taking forward the INC process. Chair, we all acknowledge that addressing plastic pollution is extremely important to all, and this is the reason why we are all here. The enormity of the problem is such that no nation alone can completely resolve this challenge. That is why 2 years back at INC-5, we all resolved to come together and work towards the international legally binding instrument. India, being home to 1.4 billion people, understands its responsibility in tackling the challenge of plastic pollution. While we all are working to develop the instrument, India has already taken a series of measures, including banning some of short-lived plastic products and putting in place an ambitious and robust EPR regime on plastic packaging. We are moving towards sustainable plastic packaging, reducing the use of virgin material. At the same time, Chair, we cannot deny the important role plastic plays in development of our societies and in varied sectors of economy. Therefore, the instrument we finalize needs to strike a critical balance between preventing the leakage of plastic in the environment and at the same time not affecting sustainable development, particularly of developing economies. We understand that this is a difficult ask which requires mutual trust and understanding of each other's circumstances. In this context, our approach to finalize draft instrument should be based on mutual trust, cooperation, and spirit of consensus. Therefore, Chair, consensus must be the basis of all our decisions, including amendments in the instrument and its annexures. Chair, we thank you once again for bringing out the updated version of Chair's non-paper. Though India has some observations on the paper, we will be happy to further engage on it. I would like to highlight some of our observations here. We note that some recommendations made by member states are not reflected in this version. Hence, we seek reassurance from you, Chair, that member states will get an opportunity to get their views reflected during further negotiations. Abiding by the principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, we look forward to develop a package agreed to by all in a fair, inclusive, and transparent manner. Any instrument, including ours, has to have clearly defined scope. This has been left out from the new version. India would request to reinsert it. We also would like to convey that scope of instrument should be limited to addressing plastic pollution only, without overlapping with mandate of other multilateral environmental agreements and other relevant instruments and bodies. India would like to state its inability to support any measure to regulate the production of primary plastic polymer, as it has larger implication in respect of the right to development of member states. Inclusive of any article, an article on reservation on annexures, as the shape and form of some articles can have trade implication, may be considered. We also did not support inclusion of any list with phase-out dates, at this stage, this has not been reflected in the Chair's text. Taking into account that the instrument has to be implemented by member states in a nationally driven manner, due consideration to national circumstances and capabilities should be given. Provision of technical and financial assistance, including technology transfer to developing countries, is the key of effective implementation of new instrument. Therefore, a standalone dedicated multilateral fund providing financial resources to developing countries for meeting incremental cost for their compliance obligation is required. Chair, as you are aware, India has always been committed to principle of consensus in decision making in respect of substantive matters under multilateral environment agreements. This principle reiterates collective decision making and reflects shared responsibility and commitment. Therefore, we would reiterate our position in forthcoming negotiations as well. Let me assure you, Chair, that India remains committed to engage in the forthcoming negotiations at a time and a place that may be decided in positive and constructive spirit. We would request you to include the statement in the meeting report of INC-5. I thank you, Chair.
And I thank India. Now I give the floor to the Republic of Moldova, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. We would kindly request that our intervention is recorded in the meeting's report. We would like to express our support to the statement presented by Rwanda on behalf of 85 countries. Esteemed delegates, our actions or inactions today will define the health and well-being of our planet for current and future generations. I urge all nations to reflect on the gravity of this crisis and the profound responsibility we share. First and foremost, let us be clear. The fight against plastic pollution is a fight for the health and prosperity of both our people and our environment. We are committed to a path of bold action and meaningful change. We understand that the true cost of inaction falls squarely on our children, our oceans, and our planet. We must hold ourselves to a higher standard and expect the same from our fellow nations. Furthermore, it is imperative to recognize that our efforts is not merely about reducing plastic waste or improving waste management. It is about addressing the systemic issues surrounding plastics, including chemicals of concerns in plastics, unsustainable production practices, and their entire life cycle. This means adopting stringent measures to reduce the production of primary plastics. Equally important is the need to provide robust mechanisms for effective implementation. While the Chair text as of December 1st, 2024 does not fully encompass all of our views, it provides us with a valuable opportunity to continue negotiations and work towards a successful outcome in the spirit of compromise. And thank you, Chair, and your team for your hard work and dedication. We envision a future where innovation and sustainability are inseparable. By investing in alternatives to plastic, enhancing waste management systems, and fostering international collaboration, we can drive meaningful progress and create jobs in green industries. Together, we can build economies that thrive without compromising the health of our environment. By opposing stronger regulations, we not only neglect our direct responsibilities, but also undermine global efforts to protect the environment. We call on all countries to join this crucial endeavor for the generations to come. In conclusion, the choice before us is stark and urgent. We can either continue down the path of environmental degradation or rise to the challenge and act decisively. Let us choose to be leaders, innovators, and protectors of our planet. Let us embrace a future where the health of our people and our planet takes precedence over short-term gains. Together, we can achieve a world free from the blight of plastic pollution. Thank you, Chair.
And I thank the Republic of Moldova. Y ahora le doy la palabra a México, seguido de Mali. México tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, colleagues. Mexico has the honor to take the floor on behalf of a very diverse group of countries from all over the world. So bear with me. Given the importance of the message we are conveying, I want to make them justice and give all of our voices visibility. So on behalf of Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Australia, Bangladesh, Barbados, Bhutan, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Comoros, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Eswatini, Ethiopia, European Union, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Fiji, Gabon, Georgia, Ghana, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Honduras, Iceland, Israel, Kenya, Kiribati, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Maldives, Mali, Marshall Island, Micronesia, Mexico, Monaco, Namibia, Nauru, New Zealand, Nigeria, Niue, Norway, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Peru, Philippines, Republic of Congo, Republic of Moldova, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, Senegal, Serbia, Seychelles, Switzerland, Togo, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, UK, Ukraine, Uruguay, Vanuatu, and Zimbabwe. Colleagues, we carry the weight of expectations of our citizens who are counting on us to protect them and the environment from the plastic pollution crisis. We must do everything within our power to meet this expectation. This is our shared determination to ensure this instrument will target and eliminate the most urgent risk of plastic pollution at the global level. The article on plastic products and chemicals in the instrument text must contain a clear, legally binding obligation to phase out the most harmful plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastics. Without such an obligation, the instrument will fail to deliver the predictable regulatory framework urgently needed by states, businesses, civil society, and the environment. A treaty without clear, legally binding rules is not acceptable. It will reflect neither the ambition nor the specific text proposals supported by the vast majority of states in these negotiations. It would be a treaty in name only. A legally binding obligation to phase out the most harmful plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastics is a cornerstone for an effective treaty. It is what we must do to protect human health and the environment from plastic pollution, as promised by UNEA Resolution 514. We all arrived in Busan with the hope of achieving a strong treaty to combat plastic pollution. But hope alone is not enough. We must act decisively. We are 94 states supporting this statement, taking a stand to make it a reality. Chair, we insist. 95 countries have spoken and hope more can join. As ambitious, willing states, we stand ready to move forward and conclude this obligation. Let us seize the moment to deliver the decisive action that our people and planet urgently need. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a Mexico. Now I give the floor to Mali, followed by Nigeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Monsieur le Président, chers délégués, observateurs et médias du monde, que dis-je? La voix des sans-voix. Les échanges durant cette semaine ont été d'une qualité inégalée en matière d'élaboration et d'adoption d'un accord multilatéral sur l'environnement avec diverses positions, les points de convergence, de divergence, voire neutres. Et le Mali, mon pays, soutient la position africaine sous le leadership du Ghana, à savoir la tenue de l'INC 5.2, étayée par des intercessions entre les différents experts du monde. Monsieur le Président, nous avons des préoccupations concernant les nanos et les microplastiques, notamment en ce qui concerne l'article 19, qui traite la santé. La protection de l'environnement et la promotion de la qualité de la vie sont un devoir pour tout citoyen malien et pour l'État. Article 22 de la Constitution du Mali. Des preuves scientifiques croissantes montrent que la libération de nano et des microplastiques tout au long du cycle de vie des plastiques pose des risques pour la santé. Ces microplastiques sont omniprésents dans l'environnement, à savoir les trois matrices, le sol, l'air, l'eau et j'en passe, et se retrouvent également dans le corps humain. Les microplastiques incluent les granulés, les flocons et poudres de plastique, les microplastiques ajoutés intentionnellement, les microplastiques secondaires issus des produits, les microplastiques résultant de la dégradation de déchets plastiques. Des rapports récents de la Commission européenne, du PNUE et de l'OMS soulignent que ces particules s'accumulent dans le corps humain, entraînent des inflammations, des lésions organiques et des perturbations du système immunitaire. Monsieur le Président, nous devons adopter un traité qui soit global et flexible, en harmonie avec les autres accords multilatéraux sur l'environnement. Le Mali et le peuple de l'AIS plaident pour une intégration forte de la santé et de l'environnement dans ce traité, favorisant ainsi une coopération bilatérale entre l'INC et l'OMS pour la mise en œuvre de ces actions régaliennes. Concernant le trafic illicite, certainement il n'en aura. La Convention de Bamako a été établie pour répondre aux limites de la Convention de Bâle, qui ne prohibe pas complètement le commerce de déchets dangereux vers les pays en développement. Cela expose l'Afrique à des risques environnementaux et sanitaires. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, le traité doit être robuste, global et en parfaite harmonie avec les lignes directrices de l'OMS dans le cadre du concept d'une seule santé, One Health. Nous avons un devoir commun, c'est de laisser un monde sain et durable. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I thank you, Mali. Now I give the floor to Nigeria, followed by Kuwait. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, Nigeria supports the statement by the distinguished delegate of Ghana on behalf of the African Group. Nigeria wishes to express its sincere gratitude to you, Chair, and to the co-chairs for your outstanding leadership throughout this negotiation process. We commend your tireless efforts in providing these iterations of the non-paper to guide our deliberations towards a meaningful outcome. We also extend our profound appreciation to the Republic of Korea for their remarkable contributions and support, which have enriched our discussions and enhanced the collaborative spirits of all delegates in this forum. Our delegation remains committed to the shared goal of addressing plastic pollution, including the marine environment, through a robust, ambitious, an actionable international legally binding instrument. We strongly believe that such an instrument must have a clear and inclusive objective and scope, addressing the entire life cycle of plastics and fostering solutions that are environmentally sound, equitable, and globally applicable. As we move, Mr. Chair, we urge this committee to prioritize finalizing a clean text that reflects the consensus of all stakeholders. It is crucial that we work expeditiously to resolve outstanding issues and eliminate brackets from the Chair's non-paper 4. A clean text will not only underscore our collective commitments, but also provide clarity and direction necessary for effective implementation at all levels. Nigeria registers a disappointment in the conduct of CG meetings in some instances as it lacks inclusivity. Mr. Chair, we are ready to collaborate with all parties to achieve a text that balances ambition with pragmatism, reflecting the diverse circumstances and capacities of member states. We therefore call an extension of this session to INC-5.2, believing that the following will be addressed. 1. Providing a clear scope following Union Resolution 5/14. 2. Consideration of the CRP presented by the AGN and GRULAC on Article 11. And 3. We would like to commence negotiation at the first day of the INC 5.2 if agreed, ensuring inclusivity, equity, and transparency. Finally, Mr. Chair, let us seize this opportunity to deliver a framework that protects our environment, supports sustainable development, and secure a resilient future for our generation. Thank you.
I thank you, Nigeria. I give the floor now to the European Union, followed by France. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegate colleagues, I deliver this statement on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states and would ask that this statement is recorded in the report of this meeting. We would like to thank you, Chair, and your team, the INC Secretariat and UNEP, as well as fellow delegates, observers and stakeholders for their hard work during this session. Our special thanks and appreciation goes to the Republic of Korea for its commitment and hospitality. You made sure that delegates could work in the best possible conditions.
I'm sorry, European Union, I have a point of order. Kuwait.
No.
Yes, Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because as per the order, Kuwait was the speakers, not EU, with all due respect. For some technical reasons, you skipped Kuwait. قال الديره الفلانيه ما ادري شنو بعدين الكويت صح.
Yes, we are sorry, Kuwait. Yes, it has been a technical error. We could finish listening to the European Union, and then I come back to Kuwait, and then we keep the list of speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Please, the European Union, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was saying that our special thanks and appreciation goes to the Republic of Korea for its commitment and hospitality. You made sure that delegates could work in the best possible conditions, and the organization ran smoothly. Korea, Busan, Kamsahamnida. We also align with the statement made by Rwanda on behalf of 85 members of this committee, as well as with the statement by Mexico on behalf of 95 members of this committee. We share the unhappiness that can be felt in this room with the limited amount of progress we were able to make this week. When we arrived in Busan, we had a clear purpose: to reach an agreement on decisive action to end plastic pollution by addressing the whole life cycle of plastics, as we were mandated to do so by UNEA Resolution 5/14. However, Mr. Chairman, to the regret of many in the room, this didn't happen, despite the tireless efforts of so many of us, including many stakeholders, who worked until the morning hours in the hope of securing a successful result. This said, we're not leaving Busan discouraged. To the contrary, we feel encouraged and empowered by the overwhelming support that joint initiatives on substantive provisions have received, some supported by more than 100 ambitious members of this committee. And we're sure that this support will continue to grow, as we saw it growing from one INC session to the next over the last 2 years. Mr. Chair, we stand at a critical juncture on substance and process, and we need both to work in synergy if we are to succeed. On substance, our message in this room has been very clear. We cannot support an agreement if it would fail to efficiently address the core problems at hand, if it doesn't have legally binding global measures. So what are those essential global measures, Mr. Chairman? A meaningful treaty must contain concrete measures to reduce the production levels of plastics to sustainable levels. It must address problematic and avoidable plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastic products, in addition to waste management and the implementation of extended producer responsibility schemes. It needs to allow the mobilization of resources at international and domestic levels, including an efficient financial mechanism to support the parties that need it the most. It needs to foster consensus, but also allow for voting when consensus cannot be reached. This is the bare minimum required for this treaty to make a real impact. Rest assured, Mr. Chair, the European nominated member states will continue to strive for an effective agreement. We will continue to build bridges, and we pledge to work in good faith to make a significant leap towards ending plastic pollution. Our vision is for a treaty that brings tangible change to the environment and benefits people and economies around the world. This is about right to health, a clean, healthy and sustainable environment for younger and future generations. The clear signal from Busan must therefore be that this chair's text needs to be the starting point and basis for the final sprint towards an ambitious treaty. In this context, we take note of your understanding that additions, deletions, changes and complements can still be made to the totality of the text in accordance with the principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. To be very clear, Mr. Chair, this means we have a lot of homework in all respects of the draft you have put before us if we are to bring the ambition back into the text wherever it is currently missing. You have the support of the EU and its member states moving forward. But we're also asking you, Mr. Chair, to reflect on how we can work better together, including with regard to ministerial involvement in the final stages of our negotiations at the resumed session, which must see the conclusion of our negotiation. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you to the European Union, and now I give the floor to Kuwait, followed by France. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we'd like to thank our host country, Korea, for hosting us in this beautiful city and for all the hospitality they provided to us. We felt home in the past 8 days in this city. Also, Mr. Chair, we'd like to thank you for your leadership, diligent effort to help get the process to a safe conclusion. So, Kuwait is speaking on behalf of the like-minded countries. We would like to acknowledge the expression of solidarity demonstrated earlier and appreciate the engagement of those who had the privilege of being present in this room. However, it's important to note that we speak on behalf of member states representing over 50% of the world population. This collective voice highlights the perspective and priorities of a significant portion of humanity, many of whom do not share the same privilege of participation here. This is why the principle of consensus is so essential, ensuring that all voices, including those who are not physically present, are equally valued and respected in shaping our collective decisions. Mr. Chair, it's not about minority and majority. Our collective presence here reaffirms a shared commitment to tackling a challenge of plastic pollution, a commitment that is grounded in a good faith, mutual respect, and the vision of a plastic pollution-free future. However, we must also express our growing concerns about the direction and the conduct of these negotiations, which at times appear increasingly obscure and rushed. Mr. Chair, this process was born out of shared understanding that the challenge of plastic pollution is one of the pressing environmental issues of our time, requiring coordinated, collective, and deliberate action. At the United Nations Environment Assembly UNIA 5.2, we reached a historic agreement to develop an international instrument to address this challenge, a testament to the power of multilateralism. The moment of unity demonstrated our collective resolve to find solutions that balance environmental, economic, and social considerations. However, just 2 years and 5 sessions into these negotiations, we found ourselves alarmed by a troubling trend, a rush to showcase progress at the expense of achieving the substance and inclusivity required for a robust and effective treaty. The principle of collaboration, which have guided successful multilateral environmental treaties in the past, are overshadowed by the pursuit of expediency. Such an approach threatens the integrity of the treaty, undermines trust among parties, and jeopardizes the very foundation of this critical process. As we navigate these negotiations, it's vital to draw lessons from the history. The Minamata Convention on Mercury serves as a primary example of what can be achieved when countries are given the time and the space, inclusivity to engage in a meaningful dialogue. What made the Minamata process successful was its adherence to the principle of inclusivity, consensus, and respect for diverse perspectives. Countries were allowed to collaborate in good faith, build consensus in contentious issues, and to ensure that final treaty was both practical and actionable. This approach fosters trust among all parties and resulted in a treaty that was both effective and widely supported. Mr. Chair, the principles of inclusivity and consensus are the bedrock of international environmental agreement. They ensure that all voices are heard, all perspectives are considered, and all concerns are addressed. Let me be unequivocal. Rushing to impose decisions without hearing all voices undermines not only the trust in this treaty process, but also the credibility of the United Nations Environment Programme as a whole. A system built on consensus must respect the diversity of opinion and ensure that all parties feel their concerns are valued, addressed, and respected. Mr. Chair, when we embarked in this process, we did so with a clear and shared understanding of the mandate set forth by UNIA 5.2 to develop an international instrument to end plastic pollution. This mandate is both specific and ambitious, requiring us to focus on addressing the problem of plastic pollution in a manner that is practical, equitable, and effective. Chair, however, we have observed attempts to stretch this mandate beyond its original intent. Everyone is bringing his own lenses, turning it into pretext for advancing trade restrictions, economic agendas, and commercial competition under the guise of environmental actions. Such distortions are not only counterproductive, but also undermines the trust and goodwill that underpin this process. Let us remind ourselves of the mandate language. The goal is to end plastic pollution. Any deviation from this clear directive threatens the integrity of this treaty and legitimacy of our collective work. Mr. Chair, throughout these discussions, we have listened patiently to the proposal interventions of various stakeholders, yet we are struck by the lack of focus on actionable solutions grounded in economic and practical realities instead of addressing the core issues of plastic pollution, such as through improved waste management system, recycling infrastructure, innovation, and material design. We see proliferation of unequitable goals and individual agendas. The absence of diligence in defining the treaty scope is deeply concerning. Introducing unrelated national interests, unrealistic targets, undermines our ability to reach focused and effective agreements. Moreover, the proposed obligation for developing countries often far exceed their capacities to meet them. This imbalance is not only unfair for the developing countries, but also dangerous. It risks creating a treaty that is neither implementable nor enforceable, setting a harmful precedent for future multilateral agreements. A successful treaty must be equitable, taking into account the differing circumstances, capabilities, and priorities of all parties. Trade measures such as global lists are being proposed in the non-papers. As party right reservations remains missing from the proposed text received from the chair, refer to Article 23 of CITES. This article on scope was present in non-paper 4, yet has been removed from the new text received today, 1 p.m. Proposed definitions are vague and confusing. Mr. Chair, the like-minded countries remain steadfast in their commitment to this process. I must repeat, here what I've heard from so many fair participants in Busan. They have retreated. Our group of countries are among those who came here to negotiate in a good faith. However, we firmly reject any attempt to distort the principle of inclusivity and fairness and respect. We reiterate that the objective of this treaty is to end plastic pollution, not plastic itself. Plastic has brought immense benefit to societies worldwide, from advancing healthcare and infrastructure to supporting modern agriculture and renewable energy system. Attempting to phase out plastic and material rather than addressing the issue of plastic pollution risks undermining global progress and exacerbating economic inequalities. Moreover, we must confront the reality that we haven't heard any solution offered thus far on what materials will replace the plastic in a variety of applications. Mr. Chair, we need to restore the trust. And to restore the trust and ensure meaningful outcome, we propose allowing the negotiation to be focused on consensus building, to allow for deeper engagement and the resolution of outstanding issues. This should be accompanied by renewed focus on principles of multilateralism, fostering inclusivity and addressing the legitimate concern of all parties. In this context, the new chair text document received today morning can be accepted as a starting point among other options. However, it should start with the entire text and all proposed articles in bracket, as some of our issues haven't been reflected, including the articles that have been requested to bracketed by many of the issues of decision-making that are not reflected in the final provision. In conclusion, together, let us reaffirm our commitment to a fair, balanced, and collective engagement, one that serves humanity and the environment without compromising the principle of fairness, inclusivity, and multilateralism and respect. I repeat, respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Kuwait. Now I would like to give the floor to France, followed by China.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier nos hôtes coréens pour la qualité et la chaleur de leur accueil, ainsi que vous, Monsieur le Président du Comité intergouvernemental de négociation, pour tous vos efforts. Je m'associe pleinement à l'intervention de la coalition de la haute ambition, ainsi qu'à celle de l'Union européenne. La France s'est engagée dès la première heure en faveur d'un traité plastique. Comme vous le savez, elle a organisé la deuxième session de négociation de ce traité. Je suis donc déçue de cette session de négociation ne nous a pas permis de converger suffisamment pour aboutir à un consensus ce soir. Pourtant, nous étions attendus par la communauté internationale. Ce qui est attendu de nous, c'est une réponse forte et efficace au fléau de la pollution plastique. Cette réponse doit prendre en compte l'ensemble des causes de la pollution plastique. Elle commence donc par une réduction de la production, par l'élimination des produits problématiques et des substances chimiques dangereuses, et s'achève par une gestion efficace des déchets. Elle implique des moyens à la hauteur du défi et la recherche de financements les plus larges possibles en faveur des pays en développement qui en ont le plus besoin. Cependant, nous n'avons pas perdu notre temps ici à Busan. Busan nous a permis de nous réunir et de réunir une majorité d'États de plus en plus écrasante qui réclament un traité à la fois ambitieux et opérationnel pour mettre fin à la pollution plastique. Busan a aussi permis d'écouter et j'espère de mieux comprendre les positions des uns et des autres. Nous devons construire sur les acquis de ces nombreuses heures de travail et de négociation. Nous acceptons donc la dernière version proposée du texte comme base de travail et nous proposons aussi de poursuivre les négociations en impliquant davantage le niveau politique. Nous devons dépasser les différences qui nous ont empêchés d'aboutir aujourd'hui à la conférence des Nations Unies. Non. La conférence des Nations Unies sur l'océan aura lieu en France, à Nice, en juin 2025. J'espère vraiment que nous pourrons avoir des avancées tangibles d'ici là. Et je vous invite tous à participer à cette conférence. Vous pouvez compter sur le plein soutien de la France dans les mois qui viennent en vue d'un accord ambitieux pour mettre fin à la pollution plastique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, France. Now I will give the floor to China, followed by Norway.
谢谢主席。中方代表团高度赞赏主席各接触组和非正式磋商的共同主席们的辛勤劳动，感谢主席在会议全程保持与各成员的开放交流，认真听取各方意见。过去几天，我们在釜山与各国代表一道积极参与讨论，无论是在接触组、非正式磋商，还是会场外的角落，各方都专注于案文，阐述立场，增进理解，力争尽早形成共识。中方代表团怀着与各方共同推动达成文书的期待而来，努力就分歧议题提出解决方案。在塑料产品和令人关切的化学品议题上，中方基于例会期间特设专家组的讨论情况，以及与各方密切沟通，综合考虑了不同立场和关切，提出了搭桥方案，得到了许多国家的呼应和支持。在其他议题上，中方也尽可能展现灵活，积极沟通协调，始终以达成文书为导向。中方注意到，经过这几天的密集磋商，各方在一些技术问题上进一步凝聚共识，取得一定进展。然而，中方仍感到非常遗憾和非常担忧。当前谈判进程在一些核心议题上仍然面临重大分歧，难以弥合。这也充分反映了塑料污染问题的复杂性，需要各方从更加全面和长远的视角，提出更为务实和平衡的解决方案，充分考虑塑料全生命周期各环节的平衡施策，充分考虑各国的不同国情和能力，特别是发展中国家面临的多样化的现实困难，在开展全球塑料污染治理的同时，确保实现公正转型。中方感谢主席和各组协调员努力吸纳各方意见，形成新一版主席案文。尽管本版案文在某些议题丰富了各方观点，但仍然有很多各方的关切没有被平衡地反映进去，反而纳入了一些没有经过充分讨论的内容，还有很多改进的空间。 中方深知，塑料污染这一全球性挑战需要国际社会合作应对，而各国在自身塑料污染治理方面所做努力和所取得的成效，都将为全球层面成功应对塑料污染做出积极贡献。中方高度重视塑料污染治理工作，是最早采取非必要一次性塑料产品管控措施的国家之一。我们相信，通过推动可持续消费和生产，提升产品设计，改善产品管理，加强废物管理等，可有效预防和控制塑料污染的产生及其影响。但也应该看到，各国所处发展阶段不同，国情和能力不同，在塑料污染方面面临的主要问题也不同，尤其是对于在资源和能力上欠缺的发展中国家。正如近几天发展中国家多次呼吁，文书应尊重国家差异，体现公平与包容，全面考虑其普遍接受性和实施效果。发达国家应为发展中国家履约提供资金、技术和能力建设支持，确保文书在全球层面有效实施。主席、各位同事，让我们感谢韩国政府和釜山城市的热情和周到安排，以及做了大量的协调工作。中方再次重申，愿与各方一道积极建设性推动文书达成的期待和态度。我们呼吁各成员国通过开放真诚的沟通，为达成兼具雄心和务实的塑料污染国际文书共同努力。谢谢。
I thank you. I thank China. Now I give the floor to Norway, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank you, the co-chairs, and the Secretariat for all your hard work to get us to this point. We would also express our appreciation to the Republic of Korea for hosting us here in Busan. We support the statements delivered by Rwanda and Mexico on behalf of the growing number of countries finding convergence in this process. This week, we have sat through countless hours of discussions, and we appreciate the commitments of colleagues seeking to find common ground. Mr. Chair, my delegation has mixed feelings about the revised non-paper, seeing that several of our red lines have not been reflected. We cannot understand why the phrase ending plastic pollution has been removed from the objective. This must be our guiding star going forward. The decision-making mechanisms to develop the treaty over time is bracketed in Article 23 and completely missing in Article 20. Voting must be an option when consensus has not been exhausted. We cannot accept a treaty locked in time. I could go on, but I recognize that this is surely the case for every other delegation here. Mr. Chair, I recognize that we have run out of time, and therefore we support your proposal to use this text as a starting point and basis for further negotiations at a resumed session. It's crucial that we don't throw out all the work that we have done here. This would be detrimental to the trust that we have built, the convergence that we have heard, and not least the confidence people outside this conference center have in us to find a path forward. We could not deliver a treaty as promised here today, but for the first time, we can see the contours of one in your text. I thank you.
I thank you, Norway. I give the floor now to Indonesia, followed by Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Chair, my delegation would like to begin to thank first our host, Republic of Korea, who have warmly welcomed us in this beautiful city of Busan this past week. We also wish to convey our appreciation to the INC Chair and the able and dedicated co-facilitators for their hard work and the stewardship in moderating the discussions. Mr. Chair, Busan has taught us a very valuable lesson. From here, we need a clear way forward. We also need to convey a strong message to the world that we will continue to deliberate on this issue and pledge to find a safe landing zone, namely a robust convention for environment, eco-social benefits for sustainable development with its three dimensions to ensure the brighter future for us and our generations to come. This will require a reflection from all sides on how best to craft our objective of addressing plastic pollution in an inclusive and comprehensive manner with the well-being of the people and the planet as priority. Mr. Chair, Indonesia trusts that you will be able to guide the INC to decide on a continuation of this process in a decisive manner, not only on the organization of the meetings, but also on the deliberation of the draft text. Indonesia is committed to continue its active contribution both to the process as well as to the substantive discussion. I thank you.
And I thank you, Indonesia. Now I give the floor to Saudi Arabia, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of the Arab group. And just at the outset, I'd like to reiterate our sincere thanks to the host country, the Republic of Korea, for convening us in beautiful Busan. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't extend my gratitude to the dedicated Secretariat and our esteemed co-chairs. I'll refrain from any statements, and I'll try to speak plainly, Mr. Chair. I think I just continue to struggle with the notion that this paper before us, your paper, Mr. Chair, constitutes progress. I can count a number of areas that were very important, critical, red lines for us if dropped. You will recall, Mr. Chair, the importance of the issue of scope that has been completely dropped. There's the issue of differentiation and measures to be taken. I think that's a staple of sustainable development agreements, and there are certainly disparities. And if we're going to have a global, this is a global problem, and make no mistake, it will require a global response. And unless these disparities, which are based on historical developments, are addressed in some way through differentiation, we won't have a global response. That's my fear. But I suppose every party or member will have issues here and there. That's the nature of the process, and of course we accept it. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, there are a couple of articles that somehow seem to not only make it, despite our continued insistence that they are not within the scope, and these would be Articles 3 and 6, 3 on chemicals of concern and products, and 6 on supply. Mr. Chair, there was never any consensus on these articles. Even as parties deliberated for the past week, they were not able to reach anything. Nevertheless, and we've had, Mr. Chair, your third iteration in the beginning. Then we had the contact groups that led to something, to some work. I don't know where that went. But anyway, then we moved into informals, which led to a text, I think, on the 29th. And now we're here. And with each of these stages, these two articles keep expanding, and even the supply one now is seeping into the product design. Somehow a product design article, which we were very keen on. We think it's important. It seems to be serving supply. So there is something there. I don't understand, but I just want to note this. I need it reflected in the record. There are some elements, despite the lack of certainly consensus, and the many questions about these issues, whether it's the mandate or even the nature of these issues. They are of a scientific and technical nature. Yet we are an intergovernmental negotiation group. Are we negotiating science? I don't know. But at any rate, I thought at the outset that we would have a framework agreement that would, put this issue on the map, on the international map. That hasn't been done yet. And that would leave enough space for all actors to pitch in, not just center. I mean, we have tables in this, and there are committees. I know that there are multiple dimensions to this, but one committee I read, what was it? Technical, scientific, social, and economic. That's quite a committee, Mr. Chair. And that's not to say anything about the plastics that would be addressed. I assume this is all plastic products. It's just the feasibility of it. I don't understand it. It takes time to understand these things, Mr. Chair. But one thing's for sure, they'll end up on some list banning these. I mean, these are distinct approaches to the problem. They're more of a kind of austerity measures. I think there are more measures in this respect. We need to consider all approaches. Certainly, there are those who will pursue these, and it's their prerogative to do so. But the question is, do these measures fit everybody? So these discussions need to take place. I just don't think we've had enough time, or we've made enough space for all of the possibilities here. My understanding is, if you address plastic pollution, there should be no problem with producing plastics, because the problem is the pollution, not the plastics themselves. I think, Mr. Chair, that in these circumstances, and that's the solutions in the past century, in the past half century, and century before have always come from technology, and there are technologies to address these issues. Oh, yes, some may not pursue all of these technologies, but others may do. There should be enough space afforded to them in that respect. Anyway, Mr. Chair, forgive me, I wanted to deliberate on this paper, and I noted some of the concerns on the specific articles that seem to survive despite lack of consensus and continued questions about them. The other issue, Mr. Chair, is first of all, thank you for putting the brackets, the global brackets on the paper. They certainly give us some safety that this is open for discussion. However, these global brackets speak to the status of the paper. If we look closer into the paragraphs, the individual paragraphs, you will notice, Mr. Chair, that there are brackets within these paragraphs. And I certainly appreciate your use of these brackets. They indicate, they give us a sense of the options. and you're doing your best, Mr. Chair, to reflect the discussions, and I certainly appreciate that. However, the text outside of these brackets, within these paragraphs, gives the impression, though everything is within global brackets, this plain text gives the impression that we as parties somehow deliberated and, you know, eked out this plain text. You know, Mr. Chair, that's not accurate, and as you said in the beginning, that this is actually your authorship, and we appreciate that, and we thank you very much. So I'm just worried because there are modes of work where we would try to remove brackets. I think it should be reflected, you know, that, you know, just as a measure of safety, and I recall others, speakers before me that proposed brackets. I think it would be prudent to have brackets around each and every paragraph, just to make sure that this, you know, that not to give the impression that the text was actually deliberated by parties. Nevertheless, I think we should deliberate on this text, despite some of the reservations. We need to make progress, but such brackets around every paragraph, I think, would be essential to make sure that all of the text is open for proposals. And of course, as others have proposed, that the text is open for discussion. I think it poses a starting point for discussions, given the understanding that that parties may come with submissions, conference room papers, what have you, to retain issues that they think are missing. And in that respect, Mr. Chair, I think we did something very useful at the outset of this session, and that was using the compilation paper from the last session as you put it, Mr. Chair, an authoritative reference. I think we need to do that again. We need to keep it close by, this compilation text. That certainly has an official, you know, it has the stamp of the parties or the members, and we're dealing with a complete new text, and we thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So yes, we would, you know, the text before us would have to be, if it were to be forwarded, it would have to be supplemented by this compilation text as an authoritative reference. The final point, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, just with regard to the session, upcoming session, we propose that it not be held any earlier. That would be, I presume, INC 5.2. That wouldn't be held any earlier than the middle of next year. I mean, just after looking at the paper, some of these committees and these lists, and they're quite elaborate. I mean, it will require some study, and I have the sense that most of these things are probably practiced somewhere. Somebody is already doing this. Maybe they have, you know, but some of us don't have much experience at this, so we need to, you know, get a handle over it, especially if we're going to negotiate it for a new regime. So yes, we need time to digest this and understand it if we're going to come out, hopefully, with not just any decision. It needs to be truly inclusive. It needs to be durable. It needs to, you know, account for all approaches. if we are to really address this global issue. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you. I thank you, Saudi Arabia. And now I give the floor to Panama, followed by the Russian Federation.
No? Ahora sí. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Panama aligns with the statements from Uruguay on behalf of GRULAC, Rwanda on behalf of the High Ambition Coalition and Friends, and Mexico regarding chemicals of concerns. Colleagues, I address this plenary with a heavy heart and a deep sense of urgency. We came to Busan with a mission to define a global pathway to end plastic pollution. We did not achieve what we came for, a binding treaty that addresses the full life cycle of plastics, of which production is a part of. Yet, amidst disappointments, there are small glimmers of progress. Small glimmers, but progress nonetheless. We have built a coalition of over 100 nations united by the shared commitment to end plastic pollution. This coalition has stood and will continue to stand firm for ambition, demanding action on chemicals of concern, reduction in harmful plastic production, and the financial provisions necessary to support a fair transition in developing nations. The momentum is with this overwhelming majority, even if the challenges are still daunting. Colleagues, every day of delay is a day against humanity. Postponing negotiation do not postpone the crisis. By the time we reconvene, at least 230 million tons of plastics will enter our oceans. Another million marine animals will die and will further pollute the ocean food chain. Microplastics will continue to infiltrate our water, food, and bodies. Every child born in the next 6 months will carry this poison in their bloodstream. Human bodies will further devolve into toxic waste dumps. Communities will endure the lasting impacts of plastic pollution, and farmers will face crop losses as soils saturate with microplastic. This is not just an environmental crisis, it is a moral failure. An entire generation is being poisoned by chemicals in plastics, chemicals linked to cancers, chemicals linked to hormonal disruptions, chemicals linked to development disorders. Chair, Panama came to Busan to build bridges, not walls. We cross our own red lines for the sake of compromise and multilateralism. And while your current text is far from what we envision, we believe it provides a basis to continue. Colleagues, we did not accept a weak treaty here, and we never will. We have two fundamental beliefs. Firstly, we understand that the triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollutions is a threat to the very existence of our country and its people. Secondly, Panama is deeply committed with multilateralism, and we understand that it is through dialogue, bridge building, and honest-to-God diplomacy that multilateralism must address the biggest challenges of our times. However, our disposal to negotiate does not mean that we will lower our expectations. To the more than 100 nations standing for ambition, I say, let us be relentless. We might have been delayed, but we will not be stopped. To the activists and civil society who have carried this fight, you are the heartbeat of this movement. Your courage and pursuit of justice keeps this fight alive. Rest, recharge, and return stronger. To indigenous people and local communities, your wisdom is our guide. You continue to show the world what harmony with nature truly means. To the media, please continue to tell the truth. And to young people, your anger is justified. Your fear is valid, and I share it. But remember that your voices are louder than the billions spent polluting. Your generation will save us. Colleagues, this is not about commas nor brackets. It is about the child in a coastal village who will drink water poisoned by plastic tomorrow. It is about the fisherman pulling in empty nets filled with waste. It is about the millions of species we are sentencing to extinction. It is about 90% of all drinking water sources currently poisoned by plastic. Everything we love is on the line. Every reef, every river, every life. This is not a drill. This is a fight for survival. And let's remember where we stand in history. We are negotiating the most important global treaty since the adoption of the Paris Agreement on Climate in 2015. We are not just negotiating a treaty, we are deciding whether we care enough to save ourselves. Panama leaves Busan with fire in our hearts. When we reconvene, the stakes will be higher, the devastation will be worse, and the opportunity to act will be even smaller. But Panama and the more than 100 nations that demand action will return stronger, louder, and more determined than ever. Colleagues, delay is death. Action is survival. We're eating and drinking poison every single day. The world cannot afford our hesitation any longer. Thank you so much.
I thank you. I thank you, Panama. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Russian Federation, followed by Iraq.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые участники сессии, во-первых, хотел бы поблагодарить принимающую нас Республику Корею за прием и организацию работы. Российская Федерация всецело поддерживает борьбу с пластиковым загрязнением. Для этих целей на национальном уровне мы выстраиваем систему экономики замкнутого цикла и совершенствуем систему управления отходами. Российская делегация полностью поддерживает выступления Саудовской Аравии, Кувейта от лица группы государств-единомышленников, обеспокоенность делегаций Ирана, Индии и Китая, а также выступления Уганды в части процессуальных вопросов. В рамках 5-й сессии МПК наша делегация работала в конструктивном ключе и приложила все усилия для продвижения переговоров. Однако опубликованный сегодня текст вызывает у нас серьезнейшую обеспокоенность. Во-первых, в охват соглашения могут попасть все предметы вокруг нас. От продуктов питания в полимерной упаковке до одежды и крыла самолета. Это является следствием удаления статьи про охват, а также крайне непрофессионально сформулированными определениями терминов. Избыточное глобальное регулирование производства не имеющее отношения к пластиковому загрязнению, усугубит проблемы продовольственной безопасности, борьбы с бедностью и ограничит экономическое развитие всех стран мира. Во-вторых, предложенный председателем текст снова игнорирует наши красные линии, о которых мы уже устали заявлять. Снова появились ограничения выпуска первичных полимеров. Перечни глобальных запретов химических веществ и готовой продукции, а также полномочия конференции по расширению этих списков. Как будто бы и не было последнего года переговоров. Мы вернулись к самому началу. Кроме того, предложенные дисциплины приведут к росту торговых барьеров. И выведению широких категорий товаров и химических веществ из-под действующих многие десятилетия правил международной торговли. В-третьих, текст полностью игнорирует мнение многих делегаций о том, что решения по субстантивным вопросам должны приниматься только консенсусом. Безальтернативно, ссылки на предыдущие международные природоохранные документы не отвечают текущим реалиям. Старые механизмы принятия решений не позволят обеспечить учет голосов всех участников процесса. На наш взгляд, предыдущая версия документа, опубликованная 29 ноября, была гораздо лучше. Вместе с тем, если работа будет продолжена по текущему тексту, то только при условии, что статьи по определениям и охвату должны быть возвращены. А также взятие в скобки каждого параграфа каждой статьи этого документа и заголовков. Отдельно хотел бы обратить внимание на организацию процесса, который не соответствует общепринятым нормам ведения переговоров. Мы не видели желания кофасилитаторов и некоторых делегаций завершить переговоры на этой сессии. К сожалению, работа в контактных группах была нацелена на сбор мнений сторон, а не на сближение позиций в направлении консенсуса. Во-вторых, подготовка сегодняшнего текста не была транспарентной. Документ отражает субъективное видение председателя и ко-фасилитаторов, а не результат переговоров между сторонами. Единственным исключением является проект статьи 3, подготовленный Бразилией и Южной Кореей в результате детального диалога с основными заинтересованными сторонами. Наши предложения к следующей сессии. Первое. Мы должны начать с детального обсуждения целей и охвата договора. К сожалению, до сих пор единое понимание предмета переговоров отсутствует. Второе. Решению столь сложных проблем, как пластиковое загрязнение, препятствуют завышенные амбиции некоторых сторон. На наш взгляд, важно прийти к соглашению с разумным охватом. Чтобы к нему могли присоединиться и потребители, и производители пластиковой продукции. В будущем конференция сторон сможет углубить понимание наиболее эффективных способов борьбы с пластиковым загрязнением. Третье. Необходимо прекратить попытки использовать этот договор как инструмент распространения модели регулирования производства. Навязываемый отдельными странами. Именно подобные инициативы, имеющие чисто экономическую подоплеку, тормозят принятие столь важного договора. Мы должны наконец-то перейти от сбора мнений к реальным переговорам. Модальности работы контактных групп должны быть полностью пересмотрены. И любой новый текст должен быть продуктом коллективной работы. Большое спасибо, уважаемый председатель, за организованную работу. Российская делегация готова продолжить работу над документом и выработку консенсусной позиции. Прошу занести в итоговый доклад сессии мое выступление. Большое спасибо.
I thank the Russian Federation. Just to assure delegations that all the provisions in the text are subject to continuous negotiation. None of them are agreed until everything is agreed. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Iraq, followed by Canada.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. يود العراق أولا أن يتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لجمهورية كوريا على استضافتهم الكريمة ولشعبهم الودود، ونهديهم أفضل أمنياتنا للمزيد من التقدم والرفاه. ويود العراق التوجه بالشكر العميق لكم سيد الرئيس على قيادتكم المتميزة بالحكمة، وللرؤساء المشاركين والميسرين، وللأمانة، ولفريقك المميز على كل الجهود المضنية التي تم بذلها، ولجميع الوفود المشاركة والتي نشعر بالانتماء إليهم كعائلة. الكثير من التقدم تم إحرازه، وأصبح بين أيدينا نصا واعدا يمكن لنا أن نبني عليه وعلى التقدم المحرز، بالرغم من أن العراق يعتقد صادقا أن التلوث البلاستيكي كمشكلة هائلة تمس حياتنا وحياة أطفالنا والأجيال القادمة، وتؤثر على البيئة والأنظمة المائية. لا يمكن أن نضع لها حلا إلا باتفاقية قوية تتضمن آلية مالية واعدة وقوية ومستقلة، وتدعم البلدان النامية لتصنع التغيير المطلوب. ولا يمكن الاتفاقية أن تغض النظر عن الآثار الصحية الناجمة عن التلوث البلاستيكي في مختلف مراحله، وخصوصا من خلال حماية الأطفال والمرأة والفئات الهشة والفقيرة في المجتمع، وتجنب تعرضهم إلى مختلف أنواع المعاناة بضمنها الاقتصادية. وقد استغرقت العملية وقتا كافيا لمناقشتها،
خصوصا تلك الفقرات التي كان هناك عملا بين الدورات بشأنها على مستوى الخبراء. وبالرغم من ذلك فإن الحل ليس بوضع العقبات الاقتصادية أو التنموية الضرورية لتقديم الحلول البيئية ولتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، أو فرض تدابير ليس من شأنها أن تساهم في مجابهة المشكلة بشكل كفؤ، وإنما لا ينجم عنها سوى تعقيدات غير محسوبة وآثار عكسية على البيئة والاقتصاد. إن العالم لا يمكن أن ينقسم بشأن التحديات البيئية التي تواجه البشرية، وإن البشرية في مرحلة من مراحل التقدم الحضاري والوعي الجماعي يجعلها قادر على تحمل المسؤولية لصناعة مستقبل أفضل. لقد استمع وفد بلادي جيدا لمختلف المداخلات القيمة من مختلف المجاميع والأطراف، وإلى الرسائل المهمة والتي وإن تضمنت بعض الاختلافات في الظروف والمواقف، إلا أننا نتشارك مع كل الوفود هذه الروح القيمة والإيجابية، ونعدكم الاستمرار بهذه الروح في المرحلة القادمة من الحوار الإيجابي والمنطقي والمبني على الإجماع. وأدعو الجميع إلى تذكر هذه اللحظات والتمسك بها حتى الموعد القادم من المباحثات. أمنياتي للجميع ولعوائلهم السلامة والتوفيق. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Iraq. Now I give the floor to Canada, followed by Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by first thanking the Republic of Korea and the Secretariat for all their hard work in organizing this meeting. Despite not landing a treaty, together we have made progress over this past week in Busan, and we must not lose it. Canada supports the Chair's new text as the basis for negotiations. Let us ensure that the work done here in Busan results in meaningful progress, not missed opportunities. We must achieve a sustainable level of production and consumption of plastics by using a full life cycle approach. We believe that measures to prohibit and restrict certain problematic plastics and chemicals of concern in plastics, as well as having a strong provision on product design, are critical. We also recognize that means of implementation proportional to the obligations of this instrument will be necessary for the effective implementation of this future agreement, especially for SIDS and LDCs. Let us recall that we came to Busan with the same shared vision, the unanimous agreement of UNEA 514 to develop an internationally legally binding instrument addressing the full life cycle of plastics with the goal to end plastic pollution. To land this agreement, we must not lose sight of this goal. This must be reflected in the objective of this agreement. Canada would also like to ensure that we recognize the distinct rights of Indigenous peoples as affirmed in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. As a final note, we must switch gears at INC 5.2. The host country alliance, comprised of Uruguay, France, Kenya, Canada, and the Republic of Korea, requests the Executive Director of UNEP to organize a ministerial segment towards the end of INC 5.2 to push us across the finish line. We cannot lose political momentum on this issue. The triple crisis has long been at our doorstep. It's time to end plastic pollution as the world can no longer wait. Thank you.
I thank you, Canada. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Cuba, seguido de Granada. Cuba tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la labor y el esfuerzo realizado por usted y su equipo. Todos hemos trabajado con dedicación y debemos seguir con el mismo espíritu hasta lograr el resultado final de nuestro mandato, que emana de la resolución 514 de la UNEA. Mandato que deseamos recordar que en el párrafo 3 de esa resolución también reconoce que se tendrán en cuenta los principios de la Declaración de Río y las circunstancias y capacidades nacionales. Cuba comparte las distintas preocupaciones expresadas en las intervenciones de los grupos de países presentadas por Uruguay, Kuwait y la que realizará Samoa. A pesar de estas preocupaciones, se reconoce también que el documento que usted ha presentado en el día de hoy puede ser punto de partida para cuando reanudemos el INC-5, en el entendido de que todo el documento completo está abierto a la negociación. Esto es importante, señor presidente, y solicitamos que quede recogido en el reporte de la reunión, que el documento debe quedar bajo la revisión de línea por línea para todos los artículos, incluso aquellos que se presentan como textos limpios, pues se puede pensar que al no tener corchetes es porque existe convergencia en ellos y no es así. Todos estos artículos limpios deberían estar entre corchetes. A pesar de todos los esfuerzos, el texto de hoy refleja todas las propuestas presentadas, no refleja, rectifico, todas las propuestas presentadas durante las discusiones de los grupos de contacto y las informales. Algunas posiciones y propuestas se han incluido y otras se han dejado de lado. No obstante, reconocemos que ahora contamos con un texto completo y más corto para seguir trabajando, bajo el principio de que nada está acordado hasta que todo esté acordado. Señor presidente, Cuba enfatiza que un instrumento sólido para eliminar la contaminación por plásticos tiene que incluir disposiciones robustas sobre la provisión de financiamiento y medios de implementación a los países en desarrollo. Sin este componente no será posible el instrumento. Rechazamos además el intento de imponer términos no acordados intergubernamentalmente que desvirtúa el proceso y reiteramos nuestro llamado por una renovada voluntad política de los países desarrollados bajo los artículos 11 y 12. En ese sentido, apoyamos la solicitud del GRULAC de que las negociaciones sobre los artículos 11 y 12 comiencen desde el inicio de nuestra próxima sesión. Para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo resulta además vital una ambiciosa disposición sobre un mecanismo de cooperación en remediación. Sin dudas estamos en una compleja negociación y pareciera como si estuviéramos todavía en el INC-1. Llevamos 2 años negociando y es hora de buscar soluciones de convergencia para solucionar un grave problema ambiental, pero al mismo tiempo salvaguardar el derecho al desarrollo de nuestros países. Nuestro instrumento legalmente vinculante sobre contaminación por plásticos se negocia en un contexto más amplio de la Agenda 2030 de las Naciones Unidas. En tal sentido, es importante que trabajemos con la suficiente visión de promover sinergias con las acciones de todos nuestros países dirigidas al cumplimiento de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y la implementación de otros acuerdos multilaterales ambientales. Continuemos con la voluntad y confianza de que podremos lograr un tratado que pueda ser ratificado por todos los países. Nuestras últimas palabras son en agradecimiento a los anfitriones, la República de Corea, por su esmero y hospitalidad durante toda nuestra estancia en Busan. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a Cuba y también para aclarar que todas las intervenciones de los Estados miembros estarán en el reporte de la sesión. Gracias, Cuba. And I give the floor now to Grenada, followed by Samoa.
Thank you, Chair. We align our remarks with the statement made by Uruguay on behalf of GRULAC. I'm speaking tonight as a representative and one of the voices of the global small islands. Ambassador, what you have been tasked with is no easy feat. Thus, before we share our reflections on the process here in Busan, I want to first thank you for your leadership, your dedication to the process, and your optimism. You have led with hope, with urgency, and with steadfast commitment. I cannot thank you enough. I acknowledge as well the incredible work of the Executive Secretary and her team, the Secretariat and the Bureau. Without your commitment, we would not be here. Grenada first started this journey that was delivered to us in Busan well before INC-1, well before UNEA 514. We started with a national vision of a pure and plastic-free Grenada. Since we joined the INC process in Paris, colleagues, we have seen good progress made since that time. I acknowledge and recognize all our efforts. We have continually been guided by INC-5's ambitious mandate and by the critical belief that we collectively here within the INC have the creativity to ensure that we move past impossible red lines and inspire the world by transformative multilateralism and effective international cooperation. We are here because we have responded to the demands of the process. We are here to represent the realities and special circumstances of small islands. In the spirit of healthy, inclusive, constructive, transparent, respectful, and transformative multilateralism, and guided by the urgency of this global threat, we want to reiterate our commitment to all the members here within the INC. We hear the voices of the observers, the scientists, the protectors of the environment, the industry, the doctors, the indigenous, the least developed, and the landlocked. We hear the voices of those that have been disproportionately impacted by the proliferation of plastics. We hear the voices of the developing world. We also hear the voices of those within the developed world that want to advance. We ask you all within this INC to please hear the voices of the global small islands. Grenada supports the latest version of the text as a basis for moving forward. While we have several critical concerns, we recognize that this is progress. We ask you, Chair, to be clear on the process and the organization of the work as we move forward. We are aligned with your suggestion to convene INC 5.2. We ask you, Chair, to consider our special circumstances and ensure that these circumstances are well enshrined within this historic instrument. We ask you, Chair, to also ensure that this process is inclusive, that it allows both space and time to advance as many consultations and dialogues between and within the many groups represented here during the intersessional period. We ask you, Chair, to ensure that the reflections we made here are well captured and shared with us as a matter of reference. The words we have shared, the considerations, the concerns, must be used to drive and inform the path forward. We want convergence, not compilation. Let me remind you, Chair, we delivered on your ask to work together and deliver collective proposals prior to Busan and to advance that work. We thus ask you, Chair, to trust us as we trust you. We ask you, Chair, in borrowing the words of my colleague from Costa Rica, to balance the ambition of the obligations of the instrument with the means of implementation. We ask you, Chair, to place us on a path to deliver an innovative financial mechanism that recognizes the need for a transformation of the international financial architecture that looks to a wider landscape of financial flows to deliver on key elements that considers a hybrid model and which delivers to vulnerable small islands, including on remediation of legacy plastic. We are aligned with the principle that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. We are aligned with the belief that this treaty must advance solutions across the life cycle of plastics. Thus, we trust as we move forward that areas of convergence and compromise are well reflected. This is not a treaty for some, it is a treaty for all. We can do better. We must bring back the ambition. Grenada will continue to work on leveraging all opportunities to promote and advance the mandate that we all agreed to in 2022 in UNEA. Flexibility, difficult compromises, rising above differences, cooperation over conflict. We align with this vision and share our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Korea for hosting us in this beautiful city of Busan and leaving us with this vision of transformation for consideration as we move forward. We too stand with ambition. We thank Rwanda and Mexico for their leadership, advocacy, and the reminder of healthy multilateralism. Let us not just build bridges, but start putting them to good use. I thank you.
And I thank you, Grenada. And now I give the floor to Samoa, followed by Japan.
Samoa is pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the 39 small island development states. Chair, let me begin by thanking the government of the Republic of Korea and the people of Busan for hosting us so graciously. Chair, we express our gratitude to you and your team for all the hard work to date, and further applaud the tireless effort of the co-chairs and the co-facilitators. You had a difficult task, but we now have a full text that we can negotiate from. With this text, we have taken significant steps forward and are nearing the end of a multilateral process to finally solve this global crisis of plastic pollution. As we prepare for our next meeting in 2025, we believe that the draft will serve as a suitable basis for negotiation when we reconvene. We have made significant progress here and would like to build on that momentum when we next meet. We also think that the red line text that was referred to in our last head of delegation meeting will be a useful information document to have. As members of the INC, we have work to do before our next and hopefully final meeting. We will encourage greater engagement with each other to build common understandings of the element that we need to finalize an ambitious agreement. We will also encourage the continued efforts of the INC chair to bring together members for informal discussions. As we have said before, an ambitious and effective treaty is more important than an immediate treaty. In keeping with the mandate that we all agreed at and at UNEA 5.2, the future instrument needs to address the full life cycle of plastic for the prevention, reduction, and elimination of plastic pollution. In eliminating plastic pollution, we must clean up the plastic that is already in our environment, including the marine environment. Let us not forget that the driving force behind UNEA Resolution 5/14, the mandate for this entire process, was the issue of plastic pollution in the marine environment. AOSIS has been very clear that an agreement that does not have strong obligations and a mechanism to cooperate on remediation is not acceptable to us. Moreover, we must ensure that the special circumstances of SIDS, the most vulnerable states to this environmental crisis, are appropriately and accurately embedded in the treaty. Finally, as we go through our current text more closely in the coming days and weeks, we need to ensure that there is coherence and ambition across the entire agreement. In particular, we want to make sure that we have the appropriate subsidiary bodies to do the work needed to guide the implementation of the treaty and to help accelerate ambition to effectively end plastic pollution. Chair, we commit to working with you over the coming months to finalize our negotiation on a doable, ambitious, and inclusive agreement that fits the scale of the crisis we are facing. I thank you.
And I thank you, Samoa. I give the floor now to Japan, followed by Vanuatu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like, first of all, to express our gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for preparing and organizing this negotiation round and warmly welcoming and hosting us here in Busan. Our gratitudes will also go to you, Mr. Chairman, as well as the Secretariat, all the co-chairs, co-facilitators who had worked very hard to guide our negotiations and also who had worked hard to produce the textual proposal also. In this respect, Japan carefully examined and considered your latest chair's text, which I believe that broadly reflects the current status of affairs of our negotiations. Of course, there are divergence of views, on some very critical issues or provisions. But on the other hand, on many other provisions, we are, I believe, now identifying the landing zone, if I would not say landing spot. So to build on what the progress I've just described and move forward and not move backward, Japan supports to continue our negotiations with your latest chair's text as the basis in the forthcoming resumed session of this negotiation round. And in such negotiations, Japan will definitely actively engage and contribute to the negotiations to make the forthcoming instrument genuinely effective, with robust substantive obligations to be applied by all the members of the international community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Japan. Now I give the floor to Vanuatu, followed by Fiji.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates and colleagues, Vanuatu delivers this statement on behalf of the 14 members of the Pacific Small Island Developing States, PSIDS, and aligns with the intervention delivered by Samoa on behalf of AOCs. We extend our gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Korea for hosting this critical INC session in the beautiful city of Busan. Chair, we are deeply appreciative of your leadership, the dedication of your team, and the support of the Secretariat in advancing this process. We also thank the co-chairs and the facilitators for the skillful way they guided our work. We commend all members and stakeholders for their engagement this week and throughout the INC process to find solutions to address one of the most urgent global challenges of our time, plastic pollution. I speak to you as chair of the Pacific Small Island Developing States, home to 12.9 million people spread across 30,000 islands with a surface area the size of the moon. For the Pacific Seas, the impacts of plastic pollution are not abstract. They are daily reality. While our region contributes almost nothing to global plastic waste, we hear the brunt of impacts of transboundary pollution. The plastic crisis threatens our fragile marine ecosystem, the health of our people, and the ocean resources that support our economies. This is not just a regional issue, it is a global crisis. We have reiterated that we must deliver global transformation change, not incremental steps, to effectively solve the plastic crisis. The treaty we need must be ambitious and inclusive, especially for seeds. This includes being responsive to the disproportionate impacts and burdens from plastic pollution through remedial measures. We must frame the special circumstances of seeds as we have done in many other legally binding instruments. Decision-making in the treaty must be guided by the best available science and respective knowledge of indigenous peoples in a manner that respects and upholds their rights in accordance with international law. Mr. Chair, we arrive in Busan to negotiate and deliver on the mandate given by UNIA 5/14. We came here with a very complicated compilation text and a more helpful yet incomplete non-paper. The latest version of the non-paper is a good step forward, though it still needs work. It is clear to us, however, that we have run out of time in Busan to conclude our work, and we need more time to get this right. We thank you for your latest non-paper. Like others have said, we need to continue our discussions on the basis of this non-paper, taking into account discussions held this week in contact groups and informals to build a better understanding and help us find bridges towards a strong treaty text. Therefore, we would support suspending this session and reconvene in 2025. Until we meet, we support a robust intersessional process. Mr. Chair, the Pacific knows too well that plastic pollution respects no borders. Plastic pollution is a transboundary crisis that requires an urgent collective global response. While the Pacific is on the front line, the consequences of this crisis ripple across the world. The Pacific remains committed to delivering this outcome, and if that means we must again set out from our homes to Talanoa with world leaders, as we will do it, we will continue to do it until we have completed our task as custodians of the ocean and caretakers of our peoples. The future of our ocean, our communities, and our shared planet hangs in the balance. We cannot afford to fail together. Let us take time needed to build a treaty that truly ends plastic pollution and leaves no one behind. Thank you, Chair.
And I thank you, Vanuatu. I give the floor now to Fiji, followed by Jamaica.
Chair, distinguished delegates, knowledge and rights holders, observers, and colleagues. Thank you for giving Fiji the floor. Fiji aligns itself to the statement delivered by Rwanda on behalf of her countries and the many others that joined us, Samoa on behalf of EOSIS and Vanuatu on behalf of PCIDS. We first express our gratitude to the government of Korea for their kind hospitality and generosity in hosting the INC-5. We also thank the INC Secretariat and the Bureau for your hard work in the background to facilitate these negotiations. Mr. Chair, we appreciate your dedication in delivering this latest iteration of the non-paper. This version is a good starting point and reflects improvements, including on critical elements for an ambitious treaty. Therefore, we join many others in accepting your latest iteration as a basis for further discussion. Chair, dear delegates, Fiji was the first to call for global measures to address plastic pollution during the 2018 ad hoc expert group meeting on marine litter and microplastics. For this, we believe in multilateralism, where even the smallest Pacific Island nation has an equal voice in driving collective action. This crisis we are in, it is not a crisis confined to borders. It is cascading and compounding. We are here to agree on something bigger than ourselves, and we must not hesitate. To hesitate now is to condemn our islands and our people to irreversible harm. This will not be our legacy, and plastic cannot be our future. The fifth non-paper needs further negotiation to reach its potential, and Fiji stands ready to collaborate for a stronger treaty. Fiji, aligning with EOSIS, insists on strong obligations, a robust remediation mechanism, and recognition of SEED's unique circumstances to address this crisis effectively. Chair, Fiji is deeply disappointed with the procedural processes adopted during these negotiations and informal meetings, which caused significant delays, disrupted progress, and placed undue pressure on small delegations like ours. The restrictive rules of procedures hindered effective engagement, particularly for observers, scientists, and indigenous rights holders. We wish to emphasize that while this is a member state-driven process, true multilateralism demands balanced, equitable participation to ensure this treaty works for all. We can only protect what we know, and our children carry the hope nurtured by elders who once lived in communities free of plastic pollution. It is important to recognize that plastic pollution is worsening the triple planetary crisis, with the Pacific Islands experiencing its effects most acutely. I urge everyone to understand that choosing inaction now puts you at risk of facing these consequences in time. And if there is one thing we know about plastics, it is that they are persistent pollutants that last generations. We have a unique opportunity here before us, one that carries the weight of a mandate. we can develop a treaty that becomes a lasting legacy, demonstrating our resilience and commitment to our planet and future generations. I thank you, Chair.
And I thank you, Fiji. I give the floor now to Jamaica, followed by Armenia. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamaica aligns its statement with that of Uruguay on behalf of GRULAC and Samoa on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. We'd like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important international meeting in Busan. Additionally, we appreciate your leadership over these past days on this very complex and sensitive issue of ending plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. We also acknowledge with appreciation the hard work of the Secretariat, the co-facilitators, and the other delegations at this meeting. While we are willing to utilize your non-paper as the basis for the negotiations at the next meeting of the INC, we are very concerned that some of our proposals presented in contact groups as well as informers have not been reflected in your non-paper. This is of great concern to this delegation, as it means that some of these proposals will not be included in the document that will be available for further consultations at the national, sub-regional, and regional levels. Therefore, Jamaica will have no choice but to reintroduce our proposals as opposed to receiving feedback from other delegations on these proposals at our next meeting. In this regard, Jamaica calls again for the establishment of a subsidiary body on implementation, the SBI, which will address the myriad of implementation issues under the instrument. The membership of this body would be universal, allowing all parties to participate in an inclusive and transparent manner in the effective implementation of the instrument. As parties deal with the scientific, technical, and socio-economic issues under the instrument, we must also simultaneously deal in a serious way with matters related to implementation. We believe that these elements are two sides of the same coin. We would like to reiterate that the SBI is not the Implementation and Compliance Committee outlined in Article 13 of the text, which is primarily concerned with addressing issues of individual party non-compliance. It is important that the INC sends a clear and coherent message to all stakeholders, including the private sector, on the global policy direction that will be pursued in the development and implementation of the treaty. Therefore, we must have strong mandatory provisions under Articles 3 and 6, inclusive of initial lists, which must be underpinned by robust provisions on means of implementation. It is not possible to effectively address plastic pollution without addressing issues related to production. The provisions of the treaty are not words on paper. It will have significant implications for the lives and livelihoods of vulnerable populations, including those of SIDS, as well as our continued growth and development, which is dependent in large part on the marine environment. Jamaica remains committed to the process and will continue to work constructively with you and other members of the INC in ensuring that we achieve a successful outcome of a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including the marine environment, as per UNEA Resolution 5/14. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I thank you, Jamaica. I give the floor now to Armenia, followed by Tonga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Republic of Korea for hosting us and the Secretariat for organization. Armenia supports the Chair's text as basis for negotiations. Thank you.
I thank you, Armenia. I give the floor now to Tonga, followed by the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Tonga the floor. I have the honor of delivering the statement on behalf of the government and the people of the Kingdom of Tonga. Allow me to align my statement with that delivered by Samoa on behalf of AOSIS and Vanuatu on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States. We also lend our support to the Standing Up for Ambition statement delivered by Rwanda and the statement delivered by Mexico. First, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership in getting us to this end. I would also like to extend our thank you and heartfelt gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Korea for hosting us in this beautiful city of Busan. Excellency, my delegation, like others, travel miles to this beautiful city of Busan, ready and willing to engage, negotiate, and conclude this treaty. Plastic pollution has and continues to be a significant issue for Tonga. Over the years, the entry of potential harmful pollutants into our land, air, and ocean continues to this day. Our pristine environment is impacted by plastic pollution, harming our environment and ultimately affecting our source of food, livelihoods, and well-being. This further compounds the already complex challenges and struggles Tonga as a state faces. Mr. Chairman, having a robust treaty which addresses plastic pollution is vital for Tonga. We emphasize the mandate of UNEA Resolution 5/14 on the need for the treaty to address the full life cycle of plastic, including its production, design, and disposal. The recognition of the special circumstances of SIDS is vital for us. As a large ocean state with unique vulnerability, capacity building, technical assistance, and funding remains vital for us as SIDS in ensuring our full participation in the implementation and enforcement of the treaty. Mr. Chairman, it is unfortunate that we are leaving Busan without a concluded treaty. Despite this, we have made good progress. Extensive work has been undertaken by all, both in the contact groups and the informals. It is essential that we preserve this text and utilize it as a basis for negotiation at the resumed INC-5 with the goal of concluding the treaty once and for all. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, we remain committed to seeing this progress through and the adoption of a robust treaty that will mutually benefit our countries, people, and future generations. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I thank you, Tonga. Now I give the floor to the United Kingdom, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, the UK would like to thank the Chair, the Secretariat, and all those who have facilitated the many meetings over the last week for the sincere efforts and substantial hard work that has gone into preparing the Chair's text, which was released earlier today. We support and echo in particular the statements made by Rwanda on behalf of 85 countries and Mexico on behalf of 95 countries, and note the widespread support for them in the room. I'd also like to thank the Republic of Korea once again for their tremendous hospitality and the outstanding venue in the beautiful city of Busan. 감사합니다. 부산이라 좋다. Mr. Chair, it's clear that our collective vision of a treaty remains alive and that there is room for agreement if all parties approach discussions in good faith. That said, this has been a tough process, and we all know that there are still large differences which we have not been able to bridge this week. Turning to the Chair's text, it reflects these tough discussions. It shows that we have made progress, but it is not yet the treaty we seek. And as others have said, we do not have time now to turn it into the document we would want to gavel tonight. For example, the UK sees that more is needed on articles such as product design, and we too still have red lines that need to be addressed. However, in the interest of moving the process forward, and in the clear hope of securing a treaty with the urgency the world demands, the UK is prepared to see this Chair's text used as the basis for a further negotiation on the understanding that members can propose amendments to any part of the text at the next meeting. We would therefore be prepared to agree that this session should adjourn tonight and resume ideally in the first half of next year. Mr. Chair, I have been inspired by the idealism and determination with which so many participants, whether from inside or outside government, have approached this week. But more is needed. We call on every party to use the time between now and any resumption of this session productively to engage and continue to explore options that will help us to come together and agree a treaty that finally ends the scourge of plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
And I thank you. I thank the UK. Now I give the floor. Tiene la palabra ahora el Perú, followed by Kazakhstan.
Gracias, señor presidente. En nombre de la República del Perú, agradecemos los incansables esfuerzos que ha realizado usted, la Junta Directiva, los cofacilitadores, su equipo, la Secretaría del INC, así como el denodado esfuerzo de los delegados de los países comprometidos en esta causa, para proponernos un borrador de tratado que incluyera muchas posiciones intermedias de convergencia, con la esperanza de que pudiera concitar el apoyo universal. Pero entendemos que no hallando respuesta de un grupo de países, usted no haya logrado incluir en las propuestas todos los elementos de la alta ambición que una mayoría de gobiernos hemos venido impulsando. Principalmente la visión de que este tratado abarque todo el ciclo de vida de los plásticos y no oriente soluciones parciales que se centren solamente en el manejo de residuos. Señor presidente, el Perú ha nacido de un proceso evolutivo de civilizaciones milenarias que alcanzaron un delicado balance entre el ciclo del agua, la topografía montañosa, la aridez de sus costas, la majestuosidad de sus bosques amazónicos y la megadiversidad de su territorio. Esta exitosa historia de convivencia entre el hombre y su entorno natural se ha visto gravemente alterada en este último siglo, a raíz de fenómenos climáticos extremos y recurrentes, la pérdida acelerada de la biodiversidad y la contaminación ambiental, siendo la más preocupante la contaminación por plásticos. Al reflexionar sobre nuestra propia realidad, la interconexión que existe entre el clima y los biomas planetarios y sobre el futuro que deseamos, el Perú ha optado por ser parte comprometida en los regímenes multilaterales sobre el cambio climático, la biodiversidad y la desertificación, así como de procesos regionales sobre el manejo sostenible de la Amazonía. Por esta razón, el Perú y Ruanda, países comprometidos con el diálogo diplomático multilateral, unieron sus esfuerzos desde el sur global para lanzar el proceso que dio origen a la resolución UNEA 5/14 y a estas negociaciones. Asimismo, reconocemos las declaraciones realizadas por Ruanda, GRULAC y de México. Sabemos que si no actuamos en forma inmediata, los plásticos innecesarios que seguimos consumiendo y las sustancias químicas que liberan estarán presentes en el planeta por otro milenio y aún así perdurarán en la forma de micro y nanoplásticos que afectarán la salud humana y la calidad del medio ambiente. Señor presidente, ya pasó el momento para medidas voluntarias, como las de muchos gobiernos hemos venido implementando desde hace más de una década, sin apoyo de la comunidad internacional, sin asistencia técnica y sin disponibilidad adicional de recursos financieros. En tal sentido, señor presidente, concordamos que el documento que nos ha presentado esta mañana puede servir de base inicial para las negociaciones, pero debemos precisar la necesidad de fortalecer una serie de articulados, entre ellos el 3, el 5, el 6, el 11, el 10 y el 19, y otros para lograr un régimen global ambicioso y solidario. En este momento crítico, todos necesitamos mostrar mayor apertura. La experiencia nos muestra que, si no reconocemos las responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas de cada uno de los países participantes, y si no estamos dispuestos a apoyarnos solidariamente unos a otros, no se lograrán implementar las acciones urgentes que el mundo necesita. A las delegaciones aquí presentes, los exhortamos a reflexionar y a mantener las consultas entre las regiones que han mostrado afinidad en sus posiciones, con miras a reconvenir este proceso desde un punto de mayor fortaleza y convicción. Nuestra tarea es aprobar un tratado que marque un antes y un después en la lucha frontal contra la contaminación por plásticos a nivel global. Para finalizar, agradecer al Gobierno de Corea y a la ciudad de Busan su hospitalidad y la organización del presente evento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a Perú. Y ahora tiene la palabra Kazajstán, followed by South Africa. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Уважаемый господин председатель, спасибо большое. Позвольте выразить благодарность вам, секретариату, за вашу плодотворную, непростую и ответственную работу. И, конечно, правительству Республики Корея за открытость и гостеприимство. На протяжении недели практически круглосуточно стороны активно работали над формированием документа, направленного на борьбу с загрязнением пластмассами, в том числе и в морской среде. Проблема загрязнения пластиком чрезвычайно актуальна. Безусловно, необходимо объединить усилия в разработке глобальных рекомендаций, направленных на обеспечение экологически и рационального управления пластиком, учитывая нарастающие риски, связанные с увеличением численности населения, потребления пластиковых изделий и растущих объемов образования пластиковых отходов. Важно, что устойчивое экономическое развитие и повышение благосостояния граждан должны идти рука об руку с принципами экологической устойчивости, отражая 12-ю цель устойчивого развития, устойчивого производства и потребления. В этой связи особое внимание стоит уделить продвижению циркулярной экономики, управлению отходами, внедрению современных технологий и регулированию одноразового пластика с учетом национальных особенностей и принципа общей, но дифференцированной ответственности. Хотел бы отметить, что для достижения наиболее эффективных результатов в борьбе с загрязнением пластиком важно учитывать мнение без исключения каждого. Таким образом, как я отмечал в своем первом выступлении в понедельник, итоговый документ должен быть принят консенсусом. Это очень важно, так как это единственный способ обеспечения равных условий для всех стран. Казахстан – это страна с активно развивающейся экономикой, населением 20 миллионов человек и не имеющая выхода к морю. Наше влияние на загрязнение окружающей среды и тем более морской среды в глобальных масштабах минимально. При этом в предлагаемом соглашении положения ставят риск для развития ключевых отраслей промышленности в Казахстане, в частности производства первичных полимеров. Любые ограничения, связанные с производством первичной полимерной продукции, ставят под угрозу развитие экономики, создание рабочих мест и имеют риск создания социально-экономической нестабильности в стране, что является красной чертой. И я уверен, что такую позицию разделяют многие стороны. Отмечаю, что Казахстан, как и другие страны, не должны нести ответственность за страны, которые внесли значительно большой исторический вклад в загрязнение пластиком, в частности морской среды. Таким образом, мы считаем важным учесть исключение упоминания первичной полимерной продукции в тексте всего соглашения и указать положение об исключении первичных полимеров из предмета документа в первых статьях соглашения, целях и принципах. Наша позиция проста. Сокращение загрязнения пластиком не должно идти во вред развития экономики, национальным интересам и благополучию граждан. Мы также обеспокоены тем, что эти ключевые принципы недостаточно отражены в статье 11 финансирования. Крайне важно, чтобы развитые страны оказали значительную поддержку развивающимся государствам, создавая необходимые условия для достижения наилучших результатов в глобальном достижении сокращения загрязнения пластиков. Как показывает жизненная практика, философия жесткого запрета не дает должного эффекта и влечет за собой формирование непрозрачных механизмов и теневых схем, что в конечном итоге приведет к неконтролируемым процессам. Так, вместо установления ограничений нужен поиск конструктивных и взаимоприемлемых решений для всех. Сформированные на основе консенсуса международные рекомендации должны стимулировать страны к формированию национальных программ, нацеленных на регулирование оборота, импорта и экспорта пластиковой продукции и отходов, направленных в первую очередь на снижение загрязнения окружающей среды. Именно поэтапность и установление переходного периода обеспечат возможность усовершенствования научных и технологических решений переработки и утилизации, а также поиска альтернативы пластику. Мы готовы работать над представленным документом с учетом отражения в нем ключевых для Казахстана положений, отражающих сбалансированный подход защиты окружающей среды, здоровья человека и недопущения создания ограничений для устойчивого экономического развития и повышения благосостояния граждан. Мы готовы их представить официально и просим отразить нашу позицию в финальном протоколе заседания. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank Kazakhstan. Now I give the floor to South Africa, followed by Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. South Africa aligns with the statement made by Ghana on behalf of the 54 member states of the Africa Group. Mr. Chair, we extend our appreciation to the host country, Republic of Korea, the INC Secretariat, and the co-chairs for their commitment to the negotiations. We are adamant that all of us have made valuable contribution within the past 2 years. South Africa is grateful for the cooperation of various delegations on developing the instrument on ending plastic pollution. These negotiations have reflected on deepening our efforts on common but differentiated responsibilities on ending plastic pollution. We have seen all groups working very hard towards a common goal of contributing towards finalizing this instrument. We wish to reiterate to members of the committee that developing countries are running against time to prevent and control the effects of plastic pollution. The view that puts developing and developed countries at the same level of responsibility for means of implementation is not realistic and compromises the effectiveness of this new instrument. South Africa worked with more than 126 member states and reached an agreement as part of the INC negotiations in Contact Group 3 that the Africa Group's CRP submission be used as the basis to inform the revised 9 paper. The South African delegation is disappointed and concerned that the provisions, Article 11 and 12, covering amongst others the financial mechanism, are not proposed in good faith in this revised non-paper 4. South Africa submits that these provisions that have been left out be included, and to include amongst others the operationalization of the fund and the related executive committee. Mr. Chair, we have collectively made some progress. Your non-paper has made an attempt to accommodate the plastic-related priorities of the South African delegation at a global level. This 5th session had some successful sessions where member states with divergent views came together and demonstrated flexibility, and the areas of progress also included the outcome of Article 3 on plastic products. Although there is progress on Article 3, there is a bit of disappointment that chemicals of concern are not intentionally and clearly included by the non-paper 4. South Africa supports transparency and disclosure in plastics. This omission poses a risk to the safety of our shared vision of a toxic-free circular economy. My delegation stands ready to continue with textual negotiations based on the non-paper 4 at the resumed 5th session, based on your commitment that we will reserve our right to propose any additions, deletions, modification as part of finalizing this legally binding instrument. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I thank you, South Africa. Now I would like to give the floor to Oman, followed by the United Arab Emirates.
Dear Mr. Chair, Oman would like to appreciate the work carried out to accomplish our work in Busan. Moreover, we would like to thank the government of Republic of Korea for hosting this meeting in Busan. We would like to align our interventions with that given by Saudi Arabia on behalf of Arab Group, Iran, India, and Kuwait. We acknowledge a slight improvement on the drafting of some articles, but the text still fails to reflect the ambition we aimed to achieve, nor the views we have highlighted. While we take the note of the Chair's assurance that the text does not prejudice the ability of countries to propose additions, deletions, or modifications to the text, we believe that in order for us to move forward, we must prioritize productivity. With that, Mr. Chair, we would like to note the following language to be deleted. Any global list is mentioned in the annexes of Article 3, which relate to the trade measures. Article 6 on supply measures, Article 19 on health. Furthermore, Articles 23rd and 24th must be amended to focus on consensus building and ensure that all voices are heard in an inclusive and equitable manner. In closing, we wish to emphasize the importance of proceeding in a manner that's based on party-driven consensus. And nonetheless, we are looking forward to work on the Chair's draft moving forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Oman. Now I give the floor to the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية نود أن نشكركم السيد الرئيس ونشكر الأمانة على الجهود المبذولة. والشكر موصول إلى جمهورية كوريا الجنوبية على استضافة اجتماعات الدورة الخامسة في مدينة بوسان الجميلة. أننا نؤكد على تأييدنا للبيان المقدم من المملكة العربية السعودية باسم مجموعة الدول العربية وبيان دولة الكويت وعمان وإيران وروسيا. السيد الرئيس، بعد أسبوع حافل من النقاش والمفاوضات خلال فرق الاتصال والاجتماعات غير الرسمية والتي نتج عنها إصدار ورقة الرئيس ظهر اليوم، فإننا نرى وبكل وضوح أن الورقة تفتقر إلى مبادئ الشمولية والإجماع ولا تحتوي على كافة وجهات النظر والمقترحات المقدمة من الدول. السيد الرئيس، إن مبادئ الشمولية والإجماع تشكل الأساس الذي تقوم عليه الاتفاقيات البيئية الدولية من خلال ضمان سماع جميع وجهات النظر ومعالجة كافة المخاوف وإيجاد الحلول، ولكن لم يتم أخذ هذه المبادئ بعين الاعتبار، حيث أنه خلال أعمال فرق الاتصال والاجتماعات غير الرسمية إلى جانب العديد من الدول فقد أبدينا ملاحظاتنا حول عدد من المواضيع التي تعتبر ضمن الخطوط الحمراء، وكان من أبرزها عدم تأييدنا دعم إدراج أي قوائم محددة مسبقا للمنتجات البلاستيكية أو المواد الكيميائية أو التقييد والحد من البوليمرات، بالإضافة إلى أننا أكدنا على موقفنا تجاه أهمية التفريق بين مسؤوليات الدول المتقدمة والدول النامية ضمن الصك المستقبلي، وأن يضمن الصك الأخذ بالاعتبار التحديات والاحتياجات والظروف الوطنية للدول النامية، وإننا نرى أنه لا ينبغي إقحام نصوص ومواضيع ذات صلة بمنظمات الأمم المتحدة الأخرى في صك يجب أن يكون نطاقه وهدفه الأساسي التلوث البلاستيكي، والذي يجب أن لا يحيد عنه في مواضيع أخرى ليست ذات صلة. إن الورقة المقدمة من قبلكم السيد الرئيس إن كانت ستناقش في الاجتماع القادم فإننا نطالب وبشكل رسمي أن تكون قابلة للتعديل والحذف والإضافة للنصوص والمواد وبما يعكس متطلبات الدول. وختاما السيد الرئيس، لا يمكن القبول بأي صك تفرض نصوصه على الدول، بل يجب أن تكون من خلال تفاوض ونقاش وحوار للخروج بصيغة متوافقة لجميع الدول. شكرا للسيد الرئيس.
I thank you, the United Arab Emirates. Now I give the floor to Switzerland, followed by Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first thank the government and people of Korea for hosting us in the beautiful city of Busan. We had during these days many challenging moments, but we managed finally to make progress, and thanks to initiative, we have now a comprehensive text that provides a sound basis to continue our work. As expressed by Rwanda and Mexico, on behalf of a large number of countries, we will fully support an effective treaty that enables us to end plastic pollution. A key element to this is Article 3 on products and chemicals of concern. 60 countries from all UN regions introduced yesterday a joint text on this article. 60 countries means 60 different ways how products and chemicals of concerns are managed and regulated. It means 60 different economies with different sectors and different economic interests. Despite these differences, we were able to come together and submit a joint draft text for Article 3, as well as an initial list of products and chemicals of concern to be phased out. This shows that it is possible to agree on key elements that will allow to control and manage products and chemicals of concern, and to agree on an initial list to get the work started. This delegation stands ready to continue to work and to engage with all delegations to find effective solution that protects the environment and the human health, including on the mobilization of financial resources to support countries in need to implement this treaty. Mr. Chair, many representatives from science, environmental organizations and private sector made substantive contribution to this process. Let's ensure that they can engage in a constructive and useful way in the next step of this process. Thank you.
I thank you, Switzerland. I give the floor now to Algeria, followed by Bahrain.
Thank you, Chair. We kindly request that this statement is recorded in the report of this session. Algeria aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of the LMC and the Arab group and echo the statement made by Uganda and India. We would like to express our gratitude and sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Korea for the hospitality we found in the city of Busan. Our appreciation goes also to you for your continuous engagement and efforts to move forward our process, as well as to the co-chairs of contact groups, then facilitator of informal discussion for their positiveness and especially for their resilience to lengthy exchange. Chair, we have come to INC-5 with the ambition to work together on this key instrument with the aim of ending plastic pollution and ensuring a safe environment for our population. And through these last days, many lessons were learned, and we believe this will help us build greater convergence on the issues at hand and achieve a consensual, legally binding instrument. The document you have crafted, while being a laudable initiative which reflects some progress, set us back on various other aspects since it holds in its folds a certain amount of incoherence. For instance, we still fail to understand why some key provisions, such as scope or consensus, were dropped, while singular proposals are added, for instance, in Article 3. At the same time, a proposal such as the one tabled by the AGN on financial mechanism, which garnered support from more than 120 countries, is ignored, and provision on just transition, capacity building, implementations, and many others are devoid of all the substance stemming from our long hours of informal consultations. We would like to see this provision clearly reinstated in the document. In the same vein, and while noting your clarification on the fact that the whole document, as well as every provision, remain bracketed, which we insist be reflected in the report, we couldn't fathom the logic behind some articles including brackets and others don't. As such, we see this document as a contribution to future discussion and look forward to crafting an agreed text through party-driven negotiations. Chair, we would like also to highlight some issues related to the conduct of work during the last couple of days, hoping this will help us correct our track in future interaction and avoid ambiguity and unclarity, which in various occasions contributed to the delay in progression and impacted negatively on the process. We hope that future engagement will follow the usual modus operandi in all multilateral negotiations, set out clear modalities, and avoid sudden changes in approaches. Mr. Chair, Algeria engaged decades ago in a proactive action to combat plastic pollution and problematic plastic products and continue pursuing this ambition through a more solid national regime according to its national circumstances and its developmental priorities. Thus, we remain committed to continue work to achieve an ambitious, consensual outcome which contain attainable and realistic measures and objectives in line with countries' national context and circumstances, sustainable development goals, and the right for development and just transition at all levels, backed by a robust, accessible, and sustainable financial mechanism and effective means of implementation, taking into consideration common but differentiated responsibilities and historical responsibilities. Finally, we would like to stress that the need of the hour is to support multilateralism and effective international cooperation, and to come together to respond to the challenge ahead and deliver on what we have agreed in Resolution 514, addressing plastic pollution. We must never lose sight of that. I wish a safe trip to all, and I thank you, Chair.
And I thank you, Algeria. Now I give the floor to Bahrain, followed by Turkey.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية أود باسم حكومة بلادي أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لك ولفريق عمل السكرتارية ولكل الوفود المشاركة في غرف التفاوض. ونود أيضا أن ندعم كلمة دولة الكويت باسم مجموعة LMC والمملكة العربية السعودية باسم المجموعة العربية، بالإضافة إلى كل من سلطنة عمان والإمارات العربية المتحدة وروسيا وإيران والهند. لا شك بأن جميع الوفود تحمل في قلبها نوايا طيبة وصادقة للوصول للتوافق حول كافة النصوص. لقد كنا جميعا نتطلع بأن تكون قارة آسيا من خلال جمهورية كوريا الجنوبية هي موطن التوافق على الصقل القانوني. وهنا أود أن نشكر حكومة جمهورية كوريا الجنوبية على الاستضافة الرائعة وعلى كل التسهيلات التي تم تقديمها لنا. ونشكرك أيضا السيد الرئيس على الورقة الأخيرة التي قمت بإعدادها بنية تيسير المفاوضات، إلا أننا نشعر بأنها لم تعكس جميع هواجسنا ومواقفنا وما تم مناقشته خلال الأيام الماضية. فلا يمكن القبول بصك خال من نطاق واضح ومحدد أو يكون تأخذ القرارات فيه بغير مبدأ التوافق، أو أن يحتوي آلية مالية والتزامات تحت تصنيفات جديدة، أو أن تتداخل في اختصاصات اتفاقيات دولية أخرى خصوصا موضوع الصحة والتجارة. علينا نواصل العمل من أجل التوافق بالاجتماع القادم والوصول لنص أكثر توازنا وقبولا حتى يكون الصك فعالا وقابلا للتنفيذ. ومملكة البحرين ضمن المجموعة العربية ستعمل بمسؤولية مع بقية الشركاء لتحقيق ذلك. شكرا جزيلا لك مجددا السيد الرئيس على كل المبادرات والجهود التي بذلتموها.
I thank you, Bahrain. I give the floor now to Turkey, followed by Kenya.
Distinguished Chair, on behalf of Turkish delegation, I would like to thank you for your leadership during the INC process. I also would like to thank the Secretariat, co-chairs, co-facilitators for their flexible and constructive stance throughout the sessions. I would like to express our gratitude to our host, the government and the people of the Republic of Korea for their kind hospitality. Mr. Chair, with the responsibility given by the UNEA decision 5/14, we, delegates of the member states, NGOs, scientists and observers have had an intense week of work under the guidance of the Chair and the Secretariat here in Busan. We had been in a race against time to fulfill the task. However, as Han Kang from the Republic of Korea, 2024 Nobel Laureate in Literature has said, time was a wave, almost cruel in its relentlessness. Despite the relentlessness of time, through our joint constructive effort to achieve the goal, at least we were able to reach convergence on some of the diverging elements on a certain scale. Having said that, time is still ticking in favor of plastic pollution. Accordingly, we should more ambitiously continue our efforts with the aim of concluding the negotiations. To achieve this, we believe that the Chair's latest consolidated text, circulated today, serves as basis to continue negotiations to reach consensus. With this understanding, we propose scheduling the next negotiation session at the earliest convenient date without further delay. With respect to contact groups, we recommend prioritizing formal meetings over informal ones to expedite progress. Additionally, we emphasize importance to ensure that all discussions are reflected equally and in a well-balanced manner in provisions. Mr. Chair, from the outset, Turkey has constructively participated in and contributed to the INC. In the same vein, I would like to reiterate once again our determination and will to finalize a strong, just, transparent, inclusive, legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. I thank you.
And I thank you, Turkey. Now
Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. Kenya associates itself with the statement delivered by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. We appreciate you for the tireless efforts you have personally invested in this process. We also express gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of Korea for hosting this session. We have negotiated the proposed plastic treaty for the last 2 years. INC-5 has now come to an end,
but without a document ready for adoption. We are disappointed, but remain ready to build on progress made so far during the upcoming resumed session. The negotiations have been characterized by a lot of dynamics. From a procedural point of view, Kenya notes with deep concerns that some of our key positions have not been incorporated in the final chair's text circulated today. Kenya states that in the spirit of flexibility and constructive engagement, we accept the text as an informal text to be used as a basis for further consideration. We emphasize that it is a living document to be socialized in future in an inclusive and transparent manner, and therefore it must not prejudice the sovereign rights of member states to make changes. From the substantive point of view, Kenya notes that the INC-5 has once again confirmed the interpretation of the UNEA Resolution 5/14 in contestation. While we are still engaged with these semantics, plastic pollution is rising, compromising human health, biodiversity, and our ecosystems. We must not lose sight of the fact that we are the same member states that negotiated and adopted this resolution. To maintain credibility of the process, we must all abide by the mandate given by the resolution and desist from reneging, renegotiating, and over-interpreting the text to enable the process move forward. Therefore, for the avoidance of doubt, Kenya reaffirms that the text of the resolution is to end plastic pollution across the full life cycle, including in the marine environment. We stand for this, and we expect that member states shall adopt a global quantified target to end plastic pollution, to guide all our activities and initiatives, and to which all member states shall contribute. Mr. Chairman, in Kenya, we have already taken significant steps towards ending plastic pollution. We have banned the production, the sale, and the importation of single-use plastics within the Republic, and have subjected all plastics to mandatory extended producer responsibility obligations. This is the right thing to do. It may not be an easy decision. It requires boldness, vision, and resoluteness to achieve this for ourselves, for the future generations, and for the planet. We urge parties to galvanize public consciousness on plastic pollution management initiatives to achieve the desired goals. This is among the low-lying fruits that the global community can start with and commit to resources. Kenya believes that there is need for proper language also on Article 3 on plastic products. We propose the need for a globally harmonized standards and criteria to be implemented by all member states. Chemicals of concern should at the very least have an initial listing, noting that the current chemical framework covers a very limited scope of plastics utilized in the plastic life cycle. We believe that chemicals of concern must be listed and labeled appropriately to facilitate effective traceability, monitoring, and effective restriction, including elimination. Article 6 should be addressed in a manner consistent with sustainable consumption and production in order to align with the objectives and goals of SDG number 12. Kenya is committed to a One Health approach because human health is intrinsically tied to biodiversity and ecosystems. Plastic particles have been found in the human body, in food, water, soil, and the air we breathe. We therefore reiterate our principled position to delete Article 19 on health, or in the spirit of flexibility, expand the article to read health, biodiversity, and ecosystems. On Article 11, we call for a financial mechanism supported by dedicated funding to enable parties tackle the enormity of the plastic challenge at heart. We think that all of us have we thank all those who have supported this proposal, and the number now stands at 120 parties. We urge developed country parties to sustain their political goodwill and commitment towards a dedicated funding for the treaty, development and transfer of technology, as well as capacity building for effective implementation. Article 20 on the Conference of Parties, we believe in following best practices in the multilateral environmental agreements, including in the latest one, Minamata, and the BBNJ, where the Executive Director of UNEP is mandated to convene the first meeting of the Conference of Parties. We believe this is the spirit to move forward. We do not see the need to go against the well-established precedents in the UN system. And therefore, in our next iteration, we need to give the Executive Director the mandate to do this. Finally, regarding Article 21 on the Secretariat, we propose that the Secretariat functions of the instrument be performed by the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. This proposal is aligned with the decision of the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, adopted in August 2023 in Addis Ababa, and is consistent with paragraph 88, subparagraph K of the Future We Want outcome document of the Rio+20 conference, which calls for consolidation of the UNEP headquarter functions in Nairobi. We believe the appetite is real. We are very optimistic that an ambitious treaty is still achievable at the resumed 5th session. The process must remain transparent and inclusive for legitimacy and ownership. I thank you, Chair.
And I thank you, Kenya. Now I would like to give the floor to the Philippines, followed by Malaysia.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the updated non-paper containing your draft text. We appreciate all the efforts that you and your Bureau have made for this INC-5 to bear fruit. And we would be remiss if we do not express appreciation to our host, the Republic of Korea, for the excellent arrangements in this lovely city of Busan. Mr. Chair, we cannot leave Busan and INC-5 with a weak outcome. We have a strong mandate from UNEA 5/14. Mr. Chair, a non-paper or a document that relies almost exclusively on voluntary measures is no treaty. We need to translate our high ambition into concrete outcomes in the core obligations, in just transition, and in the means of implementation. In the core obligations, we need a pathway towards global reduction in plastic production towards sustainable levels. We also need binding rules on products, chemicals, and design that ensure a globally coordinated approach. Anything less than this and our collective aim of ending plastic pollution will remain ever elusive. On just transition and means of implementation, there must be strong international cooperation tied to the means of implementation to close the gaps in financing, technical, technological, and other capacities in developing countries, particularly archipelagic states and other geographically disadvantaged states, among others. Further, Mr. Chair, we support a standalone article on health in recognition that the plastic pollution crisis is also a health crisis. Mr. Chair, the Philippines stands in solidarity with the 95 other delegations that call for a strong plastics treaty. We owe it to our children and grandchildren. We owe it to ourselves. Let us not leave Busan empty-handed. Let us continue building on what we have achieved here, using the Chair's text as our basis for negotiation, until we forge a treaty that we deserve, that the world deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I thank you, the Philippines. I give the floor now to Malaysia, followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Malaysia take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Chair and the Secretariat for their hard work and effort throughout the INC-5 negotiation. We believe that there have been productive rounds of discussion and significant progress. Despite some schedule and procedural inconsistencies that had sketched the delegates' ability to accommodate the 3 parallel sessions of contact group, as well as sudden switch of mode of negotiation to informal session, we have continued to accommodate and engage in this session with a collaborative spirit. While we appreciate the Chair's dedicated effort in coming out with the Chair's text, we fear that the Chair text do not accurately reflect all the proposals submitted and the red lines highlighted by member states during the contact group discussion and the informal session. In this regard, Malaysia supports the statement delivered by Uruguay, Iran, Kuwait, China, Saudi Arabia, Russian Federation, and Algeria. However, to demonstrate our commitment to end plastic pollution, Malaysia is flexible to accept the Chair's text as one of the documents that can be referred at further negotiation together with the Chair's non-paper issued on the 29th of November 2024, as well as the compilation text, with the understanding that the text remain bracketed and open for modification, addition or deletion by member states on the principle nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. We stand ready to work again with the Chair and other colleagues in the spirit of inclusivity and consensus to conclude an instrument that is balanced, practicable, realistic, can be implemented at national and global level with the ambition to end plastic pollution by addressing the full cycle of plastics through promotion of circularity of plastic as mandated by UNIA 5/14. Thank you, Chairman.
I thank you, Malaysia. I give the floor now to Egypt, followed by Honduras.
سيد الرئيس، أود أولا أن أطلب بتسجيل كلمة بلادي في التقرير الرسمي للجلسة. السيد الرئيس، السادة أعضاء الفود المحترمين، أود في البداية أن أتقدم بالشكر للرئيس وفريق العمل والسكرتارية، وكذلك للسادة الرؤساء المشتركين للمجموعات المختلفة على الجهود التي بذلوها جميعا للوصول إلى هذه النقطة. كما أود أن أتقدم بالشكر إلى شعب وحكومة جمهورية كوريا على استضافة هذه المفاوضات. إن بوسان مدينة جميلة تشهد على ما حققته بلادكم من تطور وازدهار لم يقتصر على التطور التكنولوجي والصناعي والعلمي، بل اتسع ليشمل الفن والثقافة. إنه من الطريف أن أعتزم استخدام جانب من الساعات المتبقية لي في بوسان في شراء ألبومات لفرق غنائية كورية لطفلة مصرية تعيش على بعد آلاف الأميال، هي ابنتي الصغيرة المحبة للكيبوب. السيد الرئيس، إن وفد بلادي يود أن يشيد بالجهد الذي بذلته المجموعات المختلفة، وخاصة تلك التي تنتمي إليها مصر خلال الأيام والليالي الماضية لتحقيق
Excuse me to interrupt, Egypt. If you could speak a little slower for the interpretation. Thank you.
السيد الرئيس، إن وفد بلادي يود أن يشيد بالجهد الذي بذلته المجموعات المختلفة، وخاصة تلك التي تنتمي إليها بلادي خلال الأيام والليالي الماضية لتحقيق تقدم على الرغم من امتداد جداول المفاوضات حتى الساعات الأولى من الصباح، ونقدر هذا الالتزام من كافة الوفود. السيد الرئيس، إذ نؤكد على تقديرنا للجهود التي بذلتها وفريق عملك وصولا للورقة محل النقاش وما نتج عنها من بعض التقدم، إلا أننا لا نتوافق على استخدامها كأساس للتفاوض في صورتها الحالية، حيث أننا نرى أنها تفتقد للتوازن ولا تتضمن العديد من المداخلات التي قدمها وفد بلادي خلال مجموعات الاتصال وعبر المنصة الخاصة بوثائق المفاوضات والجلسات غير الرسمية. على الرغم من تأكيد الرئيس أن الورقة على الرغم من تأكيد الورقة المشار إليها أن النص يعكس ما دار خلال تلك الجلسات، كما أشير إلى عدم تضمن الورقة لمداخلات وآراء صدرت عن المجموعة الأفريقية والعربية التي تنتمي إليهما بلادي. وبناء على ما تقدم فإننا نؤكد على استخدام الورقة كأساس للنقاش وليس للمفاوضات خلال الجولة القادمة. سيد الرئيس، اسمح لي أن أبدي تعليقاتي بالاعتراض على اختفاء بند النطاق بالورقة، وهو موضوع لا يمكن قبوله عند تناول أي اتفاقية دولية، وكذلك افتقاد النص ما طالبت به بلادي من تضمين لغة لإنشاء آلية مستقلة للتعويض عن أي خسائر قد تتعرض لها الدول النامية من تطبيق الالتزامات التي قد ينص عليها السق الدولي الملزم قانونا. ونؤكد على خلافية المواد 2 3 6 9 ونطالب ببقائها قيد الأقواس إلى حين التوصل لتوافق بشأنها. كما يطالب وفد بلادي بوضع الفقرات التالية بين أقواس، والتي اعتبرتها ورقة الرئيس توافقية على الرغم من استمرار التباين حولها، وهي كما يلي: الفقرة 5 ببند المقدمة، الفقرة دي بالبند 1 من المادة 1، الملاحق الخاصة بالمادة 3 الخاصة بالمنتج البلاستيكي. الفقرة الأولى البندين A و B من المادة 5 المعنونة تصميم المنتج. الفقرة الأولى البندين A و B من المادة 7 المعنونة التسربات. الفقرة 1 بالمادة 12 الخاصة ببناء القدرات. المادة 22 الخاصة بتسوية المنازعات الفقرة 2. المادة 10 بخصوص التحول العادل. المادة 29 الخاصة بالتحفظ. المادة 25 الحق في التصويت. المادة 21 الخاصة بالسكرتارية الفقرة 3. المادة 15 الخاصة بالتقارير الفقرة 1. والمادة 20 الخاصة بمؤتمر الأطراف الفقرة 3. ونطالب الرئيس بتسجيل ما تقدم رسميا مع تزامن موافقتكم كتابة بما تقدم تجاه الفقرات السابق ذكرها، ونقترح إعادة السماح بإرسال المساهمات على منصة السكرتاري. السيد الرئيس، أود التأكيد على أن تحقيق الطموح هو هدف يسعى إليه جميع الأطراف، وأن تحقيقه يجب أن يكون واقعيا وقابلا للتنفيذ، وذلك لن يتسنى دون توفير وسائل التنفيذ من تمويل ونقل للتكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات، وإلا تحول الطموح إلى أمل بعيد المنال. إن تحقيق التنمية المستدامة والقضاء على الفقر يعتمد على تحقيق التوازن ما بين النمو الاقتصادي والإدماج الاجتماعي وحماية البيئة دون تفرقة. ويجد وفد بلادي أنه من الغريب أن تسعى أطراف إلى التأكيد على الطموح وإيمانها به والمطالبة بتحقيقه في الجلسات العامة وأمام الحضور من إعلام ومنظمات مدنية، إلا أن ذلك الإيمان ينتهي على أبواب الغرف المغلقة وبدء النقاش حول المسؤوليات التاريخية واحتياجات الدول النامية وتوفير وسائل التنفيذ من تمويل ونقل تكنولوجيا. وندعو الجميع إلى اتساق المطالب برفع سقف الطموح مع تذليل صعوبات التنفيذ للدول النامية. السيد الرئيس، إن بلادي تتمتع بسواحل ممتدة على البحرين الأبيض والأحمر، وتحظى بمساحة من الشعب المرجانية هي الأكثر تميزا في العالم، وهي مهددة بخطر التلوث البلاستيكي، إلا أن بلادي تنفذ مشروعا وطنيا طموحا لمكافحة تلوث البلاستيك وحادي الاستخدام منذ سنوات، ويضلع المجتمع المدني بدورا هاما في تنفيذ هذا المشروع من خلال جمع وإعادة تدوير المخلفات ودعم التوعية وتوفير خيارات أكثر استدامة واقتراح التعديلات التشريعية الداعمة للحد من التلوث البلاستيكي، ويأتي ذلك في ظل إطار من احترام للظروف الوطنية. السيد الرئيس، إن ما دار من اجتماعات وجلسات رسمية وغير رسمية خلال الأيام الماضية أكد حجم الاهتمام العالمي بالتعاطي والتلوث البلاستيكي، وأننا إذ نقدر أن الاجتماعات لم تنتهي إلى النتيجة المرجوة هذه المرة، إلا أننا نتطلع للبناء على ما تم تحقيقه والعمل بشكل بناء في المرحلة القادمة بهدف الوصول إلى نص توافقي حول سق دولي ملزم قانونا للحد من تلوث البلاستيك. وشكرا.
I thank Egypt. Now doy la palabra a Honduras, seguido de Congo. Honduras.
Buenas noches. No.
Un momento, por favor, hay un punto de orden. De Brasil. Brasil, por favor. Yes, Brazil has the floor, please.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to seek for clarification. Although the previous speaker spoke very fast, and I have to confess I'm very tired after a very long day yesterday working for 17 hours in our group. So maybe I misunderstood, but I just want to understand, you offered us a text, and my region has already spoke about it on behalf of the GRULAC countries. I don't understand if we have to ask for the floor each country or region to be bracketing or commenting specifically articles. I understand we're not negotiating here in plenary. Of course, delegations probably are just offering their views on specific provisions, but I understand that this is a new text we haven't been able to discuss yet in its entirety or specifically each provision. So if we take it as a basis for a next meeting, everything is open for negotiation, meaning that in practice everything is bracketed, and that we will be able to see each and every paragraph and line in the next meeting, right? I just wanted to have this clarification from you, Mr. Chair. I think you have already spoke a bit about this, because we would have to offer our own view on all the provisions, but I understand that this is not needed, right? The whole text is open. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Brazil. Yes, the whole document is bracketed, and we are hearing statements. We have heard all these statements, and I have also noted, and I have also assured that all those statements that we have heard tonight will be in the report of the session. But yes, I would like the members to take in consideration also the late hour and also be brief in your interventions. We still have some members requesting the floor, and I will keep giving the floor. But thank you very much, Brazil. I give the floor to Congo, followed by New Zealand.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I'm sorry, Congo, to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. I had a previous speaker that didn't finish the statement. It was... Honduras tiene la palabra.
Buenas noches. Ok. Buenos días. Yo creo que el micrófono también está cansado, Mr. Chair. Hoy nos encontramos en un momento muy importante en este viaje colectivo y con aras de eliminar la contaminación por plásticos y salvaguardar el medio ambiente y proteger la salud humana. Como Honduras nos sumamos a todos los statements manifestados por Ruanda, por México y coincidiendo con otras posiciones como las de Panamá y el Grupo Africano. La contaminación por plásticos es uno de los problemas más urgentes de nuestro tiempo y también de nuestro país. Y las recientes negociaciones sobre el Tratado Global para abordarlo, aunque no hayan dado lugar a un acuerdo definitivo, no se deben de considerar un retroceso. Al contrario, este momento debe ser visto como una oportunidad valiosa y así lo estamos viendo nosotros para reflexionar, recalibrar y asegurarnos de que el marco que estamos creando sea verdaderamente integral, inclusivo y capaz de ofrecer soluciones a largo plazo. Honduras considera, como lo dije, que la falta de un acuerdo inmediato no es un fracaso, sino que es un llamado a profundizar nuestro compromiso y ampliar el alcance de nuestros acuerdos, de nuestros esfuerzos. Para lograr un acuerdo verdaderamente efectivo, además de los diversos temas relevantes que todas las diferentes partes están señalando y van a seguir surgiendo durante estas intervenciones, consideramos que es crucial asegurar que todas las partes interesadas estén debidamente representadas. Es imprescindible que los gobiernos, las empresas, científicos y la sociedad civil colaboren de manera conjunta. Pero no obstante, también como hondureña, yo pienso que debemos también garantizar que aquellos que con frecuencia quedan al margen de estas discusiones, como los recicladores de base y los trabajadores del manejo de residuos, ocupen un lugar central en el proceso. Esos individuos, estas personas, a menudo trabajando en condiciones precarias y sin reconocimiento formal, son quienes se encuentran en la vanguardia de la gestión de residuos y el reciclaje en muchas regiones del mundo. Por ello, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con el principio de transición justa. Este artículo, que a pesar de ser una provisión de convergencia, no se ve reflejada como se manifestó en los grupos de contacto y en las consultas informales. Debemos reconocer la deuda que tenemos con los recicladores y las recicladoras de base y los trabajadores del sector, quienes sin la protección y el reconocimiento adecuado desempeñan todos los días un papel fundamental en la gestión de plásticos y en la reducción de la contaminación. Consideramos que este documento, proporcionado y compilado con el mayor de los esfuerzos por usted, Chair, por los co-chairs y los co-facilitadores, es una base sólida para retomar nuestras negociaciones. Sin embargo, somos plenamente conscientes de que aunque este documento es un paso crucial, aún queda trabajo considerable por hacer. Y es esencial que se nos trace de su lado un camino que sea audaz, aspiracional, pero que al mismo tiempo se base en una comprensión clara y realista de lo que se ha logrado y lo que se ha identificado en estas negociaciones realizadas hasta el momento. La estrategia debe de ser ambiciosa, pero sin perder de vista los hechos y las limitaciones que han surgido durante este proceso de diálogo. Estamos a la espera de su orientación y confiamos no solo en su guianza, sino también que bajo su liderazgo ponemos las esperanzas de más de 75,000 recicladores y recicladoras de base de Honduras, quienes a diario arriesgan su bienestar al realizar una labor fundamental en favor de todos nosotros. Y nosotros como hondureños vamos con el compromiso de reflejar en este documento nuevo las realidades nacionales de nuestro país. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a Honduras. Now I give the floor to Congo, followed by New Zealand.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole que vous nous accordez. La délégation de la République du Congo remercie infiniment la République du Corée pour son accueil chaleureux. Monsieur le Président, nous vous remercions personnellement pour votre dynamisme qui fait évoluer ces négociations et nous vous souhaitons vraiment encore du courage. Nous remercions le secrétariat de l'INC pour l'organisation réussie de cette session et nous remercions également les co-facilitateurs pour leur patience et dévouement dans la conduite des travaux en groupe. Monsieur le Président, Le Congo soutient la déclaration faite par le Ghana au nom du groupe Afrique et aussi le Mexique et le Rwanda. Le Congo reste engagé à l'élaboration d'un instrument efficace qui respecte le mandat qui nous a été confié dans la résolution 514 de l'Assemblée des Nations Unies pour l'environnement. Un accord significatif doit aborder les éléments essentiels au moyen des mesures juridiquement contraignantes telles que réduire la production des polymères plastiques primaires sans lesquels nous ne pouvons pas avoir les déchets et la pollution plastique. Éliminer les produits plastiques problématiques et évitables ainsi que les substances chimiques préoccupantes. Mettre en place un mécanisme financier juste et équitable qui garantisse aux pays en développement les moyens nécessaires pour appliquer les mesures requises par l'instrument. Mettre en place les mesures efficaces de prise de décision pour la conférence des parties qui en découleront. Ces mesures, Monsieur le Président, devront se retrouver dans votre dernier projet de texte qui reste la base des négociations de la suite de cette 5e session, car il est le reflet du progrès des dites négociations. Monsieur le Président, la lutte contre la pollution plastique est une question de développement durable. Mais il ne peut avoir de développement durable si son volet économique conduit à la destruction des autres volets que sont l'environnement et le social à travers la santé humaine. Les données disponibles de la science indiquent que les impacts de la pollution plastique n'épargnent ni n'épargneront personne. Tout humain peut en souffrir. Nous espérons, Monsieur le Président, travailler de manière constructive ensemble, tous en dirigeant vers la prochaine session pour discuter de ces éléments essentiels. Nous vous remercions, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you very much, Congo. I give the floor now to New Zealand, followed by Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. New Zealand aligns itself with the Standing Up for Ambition statement made earlier by Rwanda on behalf of 85 countries. New Zealand's objective for this week was to conclude an effective and enduring legally binding framework to address transboundary plastic pollution, covering the full life cycle of plastics, including upstream measures as well as downstream measures. While we regret it wasn't possible to achieve this in the time available, we are much closer to our goal. The Chair's text issued today is an excellent step forward, and we see in it the contours of a strong agreement, as well as the efforts of delegations who have worked hard to bridge their national positions in the interests of an effective treaty. Mr. Chairman, we're particularly pleased to see the strong progress in the texts of Article 5 on plastic product design, Article 7 on releases and leakages, Article 8 on plastic waste management, and Article 9 on existing plastic pollution. On Article 3, we align ourselves with the statement made this evening by Mexico on behalf of 94 countries. We agree the treaty should address production as part of the full life cycle, and we acknowledge how important it is. We agree the treaty should address production as part of the full life cycle, and to this end, we, along with many others, co-sponsored Panama's Article 6 proposal on sustainable production. We are committed to landing agreement on a finance article for the treaty, as we acknowledge how important it is that the treaty is effectively implemented by all. We endorse Norway's comments about the need to have effective decision-making in the treaty to ensure it is an enduring framework. And we reiterate the importance of the treaty, recognising the special circumstances of small island developing states, given the disproportionate impact they face from plastic pollution. In closing, Mr. Chair, New Zealand supports the suspension of this session so that we can return to our work in the next few months. We recognise your leadership, the efforts of our valiant and persistent co-chairs, and our generous host, the Government of Korea, all of whom have brought us to this point. We also acknowledge the hard work of the Secretariat. The text we have before us provides a strong basis for the next stage, but we trust you will also consider carefully the working methods that will enable us to move beyond the static restatement of positions and build real solutions. We can't build an effective treaty framework to tackle a complex transboundary problem out of red lines and brackets, but rather when we balance diverse priorities and reconcile competing interests for the greater good. To quote the wise words spoken earlier by our host, the Government of Korea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I thank you, New Zealand, and I would like to ask the members to keep your interventions as brief as possible, considering also the late hour, and also considering what Brazil mentioned. Is there a point of order? Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank you for your hard work and that of the Secretariat. But considering the late hours and the fact that many of the nations have already left because they have flights tomorrow, I would like to kindly request you to ask the Secretariat to do a quorum count to verify if this meeting has the representative enough to continue being held. It is very late, and we would like to have the quorum count. Thank you.
Colombia also has a point of order? No? Okay. Thank you. I have been informed from the Secretariat that we do have quorum. Thank you, Panama. We, as I mentioned before, and considering the late hour, we heard also from Brazil, and I have reiterated to you also that it's not a negotiation session or negotiation on the text that I have presented to you, rather a text that could be used in our future negotiations. That's my proposal. And again, the whole document is bracketed, and my proposal is that we could use this document in future negotiations. So I still have, I don't know, but some delegations in my speaker list, and what I will suggest you now is to consider the decision on this matter. So, and then after we have taken the decision, we could keep going on the list of speakers. I understand that that's the way we could go forward. Distinguished delegates, I thank you very much for your statements. All will be reflected in the report. We all want to go home after a week where we all have worked hard, and I thank you very much for that. I have heard your statements, and I would like to propose that the committee agrees to use the draft text circulated today as the starting point for negotiations at the resumed fifth session. I know too that this support is without prejudice to the right of any member to propose additions, deletions, or modification to the text during the resumed session. And I confirm that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. May I take it that this is acceptable for the committee? I see no objections. It is so decided.